Testing. 1, 2, 3.
ICT to get us going. Thank you very much. Members, again, welcome, and welcome to our officers, member of the public, to our first meeting in January 2022. Our open announcements, members, you will have most of them in your inbox there. Can I first of all pay tribute to our former councillor, Miss Evelyn Corey, who passed away in December. She was a former Ulster Unionist councillor from Armagh. She was a head teacher in Armagh Valley Primary School and also ran the local youth club, helping youngsters achieve their Duke of Edinburgh award. Can I also pay tribute to Alderman Anderson on the sad loss of your brother Herbie. On behalf of Council, Alderman Anderson, we extend our sympathies to you and your family at this time. And also on the death of former Ulster Unionist councillor Archie McKelvey, who passed away at the beginning of the weekend on Friday, the 20th of January. Archie was a former Banbridge Ulster Unionist councillor and a former chairperson of the Legacy Banbridge Council. I knew Archie from Banbridge District Orange. He recently achieved his 70th year duel, which is a fantastic accolade for anyone. Also, members, you will be well aware of the death of Ashley Murphy, who passed away, or he was murdered on the 12th of January. I did open up a book of condolences. Also within that book of condolences, which is online, there was information for members of the public. And again, if you feel that you need support, or if any of your constituents need support, can you please, there is information there to be able to direct them to. And lastly, we have a number of head achievers within the borough. We have a lot of members of our constituents had received accolades from Her Majesty the Queen in the New Year's Honours List. So congratulations to them, and I will be writing out to each and every one of them to congratulate them. Members, we have a number of speakers, and I'm going to call upon Alderman Spears to speak first.
Lord Mayor, first of all, I want to be associated with your remarks about a former colleague of mine in Armagh, the late Miss Curry, Evelyn Curry. Evelyn was a very, very dedicated, loyal Ulster Unionist councillor from 1997 till 2005. She represented the Crossmore DEA and was a very formidable lady. There's no question about it. Ahavili Youth Club was mentioned by yourself, and I've no doubt Councillor Nicholson is in the audience or at the meeting, and he would no doubt be better equipped to speak about Evelyn Curry in our work with Ahavili Youth Club. But there has been hundreds of young people went through the Duke of Edinburgh Awards under the very diligent care and advice and support of Evelyn Curry over many, many years. And she was a leading, she was the organist in Ahavili Parish Church. And on the day of her funeral, the Reverend Hagan told a peculiar story. The morning that he arrived in the church for the first time, he was preparing for service, and Miss Curry was sitting at the organ, and he said to her something about how playing the organ. She says, "No, I'm only temporary here." And he says, "Oh, right, how long have you been temporary?" She says, "I've been temporary for 34 years. And he says, "I think it is time you were made permanent." So, but in any event, I certainly pay tribute to Evelyn Curry and indeed extend to her family our deepest sympathy on the death of what was no doubt a tremendous lady, a lady that gave her all to the community, to education and to youth. and thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Spears. I'm going to bring in Alderman Anderson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And first of all, can I just correct that it was Brother Harry who passed away, not Herbie, Brother Harry. And I do thank you for your kind words of sympathy. It's much appreciated. And also, I'd like to thank the other individual councillors, the chief executive and officers who conveyed sympathy to me and to my family. And that's much appreciated as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman, and sincere apologies. My mistake. I'm going to bring in Alderman Burns.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And yes, I would just like to take a moment to pay tribute to Archie McKelvey, who I've known most of my life. He was a man of honesty and integrity, and a man who was greatly respected by the people of Banbridge, where he grew up. Archie served his time as a motor mechanic, and he worked in Wright's garage. And when he was there, he attended night tack and gained his qualifications to teach. And he taught in Banbridge tack for many, many years, both mathematics and motor mechanics. He later became the vice principal of the tack. He had a great interest in politics, and he joined the Ulster Unionists back in the 1970s. And he really cared about his hometown and the people in it. So he stood for council in 1985, where he served for 3 terms until he retired in 1997. And he served as chairman of the council from 91 to 92. I had the privilege of serving with Archie from 1993 to 1997. In his younger days, he played football for both St Patrick and Banbridge, and he was a founder member of the Banbridge Horticultural Society. He served on the Education Committee of the SALB for 12 years and was chairman of it as well. He was a great Ulster Unionist, and he will be missed by all his fellow Unionists in Banbridge and further afield. I had the privilege of serving with him, and as I said before, he was a man of integrity and great honesty. And the one thing about being teaching mathematics, he was able to keep the officers on their toes when it came around to the estimates. I can tell you, if there were a penny out, he knew it. I just like to send my sincere sympathy to his wife, Margaret, to his son, David, daughter, Helen, and the wider family circle. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Alderman Burns. We can rest assured that himself and the late John Hannah will be reminiscence over their times in Banbridge District Council. I'm going to bring in Councillor McAlinden, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And yes, on behalf of the SDLP, I want to be associated with the previous remarks, and indeed pass on our condolences to Alderman Anderson's brother. Sorry, not Anderson's. Yeah, it was Anderson's, yeah. And also, Lord Mayor, just personally want to thank you for opening the online book of condolences for Aisling Murphy. And with your permission, could I ask maybe that Councillor Gráinne O'Neill say a few words on that same item? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Yes, no problem. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is with a heavy heart that I want to pass on my condolences to the parents and family of Aisling Murphy. Aisling had such a positive impact on our community. She had her whole life ahead of her. She had much more to give, but she was robbed of that right. Aisling Murphy went out in broad daylight for a run. She done everything she could do to keep herself safe, but it wasn't enough. If a woman can't go out and exercise in the middle of the day in a popular area, where can she feel safe? Women deserve to feel safe, and not all men are predators, but all women know that they are potentially prey. We need a shift in culture for people to start calling out sexist and misogynist behaviour in boardrooms and building sites, and we need to educate men from a young age on how women should be respected. I would ask that the Council write to the Minister for Justice to ask them what they are willing to do to combat violence against women. And I would also ask that Council invite Women's Aid in to present to us to see what we can be doing as civic leaders to keep our community safe. Violence against women needs to be stopped. We all have a responsibility to make that happen. To go out for a run and to never return home is any parent's worst nightmare. We must do better because we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Neill. Yes, we'll invite them in and bring them to the relevant committee, and I have no problem writing off to the Minister to see what exactly she intends to do regarding this. And I'm going to bring in Councillor Brand Pope, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and yes, I'd like to be associated as well with the previous comments with Aisling Murphy, and on behalf of the Alliance Group, I would like to offer our sincere condolences on the sad passing of both Mr. McKelvey, the former chairman of Banbridge District Council, and Evelyn Curry. Our thoughts are with the family and friends at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pope. I was just wondering, and when you're going to speak again, could you bring your microphone a wee bit closer, because it was extremely difficult to hear you in the chamber here. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pope. Councillor Bronya Hockey, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just on behalf of our party grouping as well, I would like to extend our condolences to the family and friends and partner of Aisling Murphy. I think everyone here this evening felt the impact of her death and her the murder. I do just want to acknowledge the different vigils that took place across the borough in commemoration of Aisling and in commemoration of her death. And I do think it would be excellent to have Women's Aid here. Myself and Councillor Donnelly from Armagh have supported Women's Aid, and Councillor Nelson and McGowan have supported Women's Aid throughout the pandemic in a number of ways. And we like to acknowledge the excellent work that they do in protecting women and helping women get out of unfortunate situations. I do also want to acknowledge work ongoing by the Stormont Executive in protecting women, but I do also want to acknowledge that men are victims of domestic violence and abuse as well, and I think that has been forgotten about a little bit in the commentary over Aisling's death. So I don't think we can forget that men are subject to violence as well, but just to pass on our condolences and thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Huggy. Councillor O'Hanlon.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I be associated with the comments in relation to the death of Alderman Anderson's brother, of Mr. McKelvey, and of course of Miss Corrie, who I didn't spend any time with her on council, but her work in the community was very well known and right across the community, especially around the Ahavili area. So I want to be associated with that. Just in relation to the death of young Aisling Murphy, I think it's important that we as civic leaders, the men in the room, stand up and be counted, because we need to let our fellow men know that any of this type of behaviour against women is absolutely wrong. That as a father, I want my daughters to grow up in a society where girls feel safe, but also as a father of a boy, I want him to be a strong enough man to call out misogyny, to call out hate crimes against women, and to protect women. So I think it's important that we as a collective body send that very strong message. And I think there's a strong rationale for bringing Women's Aid in. I know the work that they do in our community, but also maybe that they could help us stamp out this terrible, terrible prejudice. Thank you.
Completely agree with you, Councillor O'Hanlon. I've a young daughter myself, and whenever things like that happen, it brings it home to yourself, and it's unacceptable. Any type of behaviour towards either men domestically or women domestically, physically or verbally. Going to bring in Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's just on behalf of our party to be associated with the remarks and pass on our condolences to the two former councillors, Councillor McKelvey and Councillor Corrie, and to Alderman Anderson's brother. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Michael. Okay, so agenda item 1, apologies. Members, do I have any apologies? No, move on. Agenda item 2, council minutes 2.1. Can I seek a proposer and seconder that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 20th of December 21 can be taken as read and approved as a correct record? Okay, we're all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. Sorry, backtrack, need a proposer and seconder. Proposed by Councillor Wilson and second by Alderman Twyble. Okay, we're all agreed. Thank you, members. Okay, agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Take them now, or we'll take them as we come to them throughout the agenda. Okay, happy days. Move on to agenda item 4, committee minutes. 4.1, can I seek a proposal and seconder for the minutes of the Environmental Services Committee held on the 6th of January 22 can be taken as read and as approved as a correct record. Councillor Greenfield, you have the chair. Yeah. Okay, proposed by Councillor Greenfield. Can I get a seconder from somebody who was in the committee? Councillor Tennyson, were you in the committee?
Yeah, happy to second, Chair. I also just have a wee issue that I'd like to raise on these minutes. Thank you.
No problem. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Thank you. Proposed by Alderman or Councillor Greenfield is promoted there, and second by Councillor Tennyson. Councillor Tennyson, we're going to bring you in.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. It's just in relation to ESO 9/2022. I hope it's a small enough request, but during the meeting, it was discussed that a number of councillors had representations from members of Warringstown Climate Group suggesting that they would be content to present at committee as opposed to full council. Now, the original correspondence that we received from the group was actually requesting that they present at full council, and I had suggested at the time it might be more appropriate that we communicate with them through official channels and deal with the request as written. That didn't actually... Members didn't seem to be in agreement with that. However, I've since spoken to members of the group, some of whom have said that they aren't actually content to present at committee. So it was just to propose, Lord Mayor, that when we do write to the group, that we actually give them the option as to whether they would wish to present at committee or full council, given that's what was actually requested. And I hope that's a minor enough amendment. Thank you. I'll make that a formal proposal.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to bring in Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm actually on a different issue, so I don't know if you want to dispose of that one first and come back because I'm in on ESO 6.
Okay, no problem. Does any members want to speak on that issue? Councillor Lavery?
Yeah, just a second, Councillor Tennyson's amendment. Thank you.
No problem. Alderman Moutry, do you want to speak on that issue?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. As indicated on the night at the Environmental Services Committee meeting, I would not be in favour of a presentation to full council. I think it's appropriate, and I think the group should be heard at committee. If we're going to exceed to have groups coming to full council, we're going to fairly lengthen the meetings out. And I, in the past, have been approached by 1 or 2 groups who wanted to present, but I guided them in the direction of the committee. So on that basis, I would propose no, that we hear the group in the committee.
Alderman Spears, do you want to come in this issue? No, or otherwise we shall move to Councillor Baxter.
Point in the minutes of the council meeting. So if you want to leave it until later.
We'll leave it till later, Alderman. We'll go to Councillor Baxter.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, it was the group approached me, an individual from the group, and it was me who liaised with Roger, the Chief Executive, on the best way to progress this particular request. Now, I've been liaising with that particular individual from the climate group in Warringstown back and forward, and He never really said to me about full council. Once I explained the mechanics and, you know, you'd have more time in the committee and you'd have more frank discussion, and it's not as formal, there's less business because you come to formal council meeting on the Monday night, there'd be more business here, and he was quite content and has never indicated to me that he would prefer to go back to full council. So I don't know actually where this is coming from, to be honest, but we had a full and frank discussion about it at committee, and it's always been custom and practice that these groups come to committees, and that's the best forum for them. And I think there was consensus from everybody around the committee, maybe with the exception of Councillor Tennyson, about that. So I think we should stand. I'm happy to propose or second what Alderman Moutry says, that we stick to what we agreed at committee after the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Yeah, we have a proposer and seconder, so we'll be dealing with that one first. Councillor Tennyson, you looking back in before Councillor Savage?
Yeah, just very briefly, Lord Mayor, I mean, I'm not questioning Councillor Baxter's sincerity in terms of his engagement with members of the group. Equally, I have engaged with, you know, individuals. I'm very conscious that, you know, one individual or two individuals doesn't necessarily represent a whole organisation or a whole community group. So I just think, given that there does seem to be a slight difference of opinion and we've maybe been hearing different things, it would be more appropriate that we communicate directly with them formally as a community group through formal channels rather than just, you know, individuals approaching councillors, just so that we're absolutely clear. And if the group is happy and content as a whole to present a committee, that's absolutely fair enough. I'm simply saying that we should give them that option, given that that is what was formally requested and that appears to be the views of some of their members. But aside from that, Lord Mayor, the subject matter here is around the issue of fossil fuel divestment. And I understand there's going to be a presentation at full council next month from Nilgos. Now, this is an excellent local environmental activist group who are incredibly interested in this issue, who wish to present a view. And I think it's incredibly important that all councillors here are willing to listen directly to the views of activists and volunteers within our community. And I think it would be very advantageous and very beneficial that both of those views are heard at the same time, at the same meeting, if we are to take any view or make any progress in terms of the issue of fossil fuel divestment. So I think it's important, given the nature of the subject, the importance of the subject nature, but also the fact that this is a local group with a particular interest and some expertise. I think it would be very worthwhile that they're given the opportunity to present in the forum that they see fit. And as I say, not doubting for a second that, you know, Councillor Baxter here is sincere. I just don't think we can conclude off the back of one or two members of the group what their view is as a collective. So thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Savage, in the same issue?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Thanks, Lord Mayor, for letting me in. Yes, everybody seems to be speaking to the group. They contacted me about it as well, but obviously I don't sit in that committee, but I'd be keen to hear what they have to say in full council. But at the end of the day, we have to follow protocol. So happy enough. And they said they'd prefer to present the full council, but happy enough with committee. So that's the way it had been relayed to me. And I suppose we can't, I can understand the members, you know, because the council meetings can run on long. So, but I think it's important that full council hear the views of groups, you know, throughout, you know, because we need to get the full grasp of what people's concerns are within the community. You know? So they're a small group. So they are in the Warrenstown area, and they've had several meetings with local councillors and that. So I think it's important that all councillors hear what they have to say. So just my point. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Councillor Kevin Savage, same issue?
Yes, Lord Mayor, and thank you for letting me in. Look, Lord Mayor, we get plenty of requests for community groups to come and present to us, and most of them go to the committees. And as Councillor Savage was saying there, you know, he would like to hear them. He can, you know, every member can join in to view a committee meeting and see their presentation. I would disagree with Councillor Tennyson in terms of next month when we've got Nilgos in with the pension presentation. It will become like a debate between two sides with the council in the middle. It's important that if we're having the pension people in about the divestment, that we're able to question them and not have another group coming in and asking counter questions. So I think it's important having both in, but I don't think it's going to work at the same time. We'll be in the middle of a debate between two opposing sides. So I think that the best way for this group to be heard is via committee, and all members will have the opportunity to listen to that should they want. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. I was just about to say exactly the same. At committee, members, you're all welcome to listen in as well. Councillor Nelson, are you looking in? You had your hand up and down.
No, Lord Mayor, I had it up too early, sorry.
Not a problem. Councillor Baxter, are you looking back on the same issue or? Yeah. Okay, and then we're going to move on.
Okay, thank you. And I don't really, I don't really think I should be up for that type of debate tonight. I think maybe members are failing to grasp the complexities of having two groups, and Councillor Kevin Savage has really alluded to it there. The complexities of two groups coming in on the same night. Now, we've done this before, and this is where the experience comes in from members that have been here maybe longer, and it was tried or articulated on the night of the committee. The last time we done it, it was an horrendous meeting. We had two opposing sides. I think it was to do with the interconnector. There was varying points of view brought forward. Each group got 10 minutes to present and then questions. There was no right to reply. And people went out of here very, very angry because there was no right to reply, and there was all sorts of accusations after the course. So it's a very unwise thing just to have it a full council. And that was the reason that we all felt, the very vast majority of that, well, everybody in that committee bar one, that this was the best way to do it. And that's the reasons why those of us who have been before know that it's the best course of action. It's custom and practice, and that's the way it should be every time.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Tennyson, can you give your proposal, and then if you can keep it brief, then we'll move on with the vote, because I'm not getting...
Yeah, no, Chair, look, it was intended to be simple enough. It was just that we would give the group the option to present where they feel is appropriate. I'm being lectured a lot here about, protocol, but given that Nilgosk is presenting directly to full council and not to committee, I'm not sure where protocol fits in there. These are constituents, they're activists, they're residents of the borough. I thought it would be a good opportunity for us to try and work with them and hear their point of view. But look, if others prefer them to go to committee, like that's fair enough. But that's all it was, Lord Mayor, just that we would give them the option on the basis of their request. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have agreement on the proposed and seconder? No, we don't. So we're going to go to a vote. So, members, it's yes, no, or abstain. Okay. Okay, members, as I said, we're just going through the voting as normal. With the proposal, Alderman Anderson, yes, no, abstain.
Just for clarification, is there two proposals here? Lord Mayor.
There is two proposals, but we're taking the first one.
So which one are we voting on first?
Councillor Tennyson's proposal was the first one on the floor and seconded straight away. So we're taking the proposal by Councillor Tennyson that we invite the stakeholders in to full council.
Okay, and that's clarified. I'll vote no to that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be voting no. No.
Thank you. Just remember, members, that your face on the screen. Councillor Barry?
No.
That's a no from Councillor Barry. Alderman Burns? I think there's maybe his Wi-Fi is not working. We'll come back. Councillor Cosby?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Duffy.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Flaherty. Need to put your wee card on, please, Councillor Flaherty.
No, Lord Mayor.
It's a no from Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Greenfield.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockey.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockian.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Keating.
No, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Alderman Kennedy.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lorcan.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lavery.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Macaulay.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Michael.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McAlinden.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McClelland.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McGowan.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McElrath.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McKinstry.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNally.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNeil.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Mitri.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nelson.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nicholson. Looks like there's no Wi-Fi either. Councillor O'Hanlon.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor O'Neill.
No, Lord Mayor.
No from Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Pope.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Rankin.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kevin Savage.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kyle Savage.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Spears.
Mayor.
Say again.
No.
Thank you, Alderman. No. Councillor Tennyson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tinsley.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Toman.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Twyvell.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Wilson.
No, Lord Mayor.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
No, Mayor. Thanks.
And Lord Mayor, no. Can you check to see if it's Alderman Burns back in?
I'm here. No, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Nicholson, are you there? No. 2 seconds, members. Thank you, members, for bearing with me. So, noes 37, yeses 3. So the proposal falls. And Alderman Mitri, we don't need to take yours as it carries anyway. So, members, back to the committee. Does anybody else want to raise anything else within the committee? Councillor Cosby.
Nearly forgot, Lord Mayor, tell you the truth. Having had to listen to the election broadcast from the Alliance Party on this issue. But however, that's what we've come to expect in this place. And I did used to get the reputation for prolonging council meetings. I think that baton has been firmly passed, certainly to both Messrs Lavery and Tennyson. So happy days for that. In relation to or ESO 6 2022 single-use plastics update, and in relation to the climate change working group and strategy, and whilst very important environmental issues and concerns for us all, particularly around plastics and recycling and all of that sort of stuff, one of the other issues that, Lord Mayor, bear with me as I try and stretch this, but that has been brought to my attention, not brought to my attention, is every week, and every other member across this chamber will have the same issue. And we have climate change strategies, dealing with plastics, and it's really vital that we do that. And as a council, I think we do that in terms of our recycling rates much better than most in Northern Ireland, and we should be proud of that. But one of the things that I feel like we're not getting on top of is the issue of litter on our streets, and also dog fouling on our streets, which is of much greater concern given the prevalence of it across the borough. And I don't want to get into a whole debacle about the whys and wherefores of that, and we have whys out there doing the enforcement stuff, and I don't want to get into that either. But one of the issues that we always face as councillors is that when there's issues around dog fouling, we're having to speak to officers, try and get them out to clean it or whatever else. And I happened to notice just the other day, the Belfast City Council have this wonderful machine called Fido that effectively acts as, and pardon the pun here, but effectively acts as a poover. And so council staff will go in what is like a Kabuto cart with essentially a suction device that will go and clean dog fowl off the streets. I have been inundated with complaints, and I think this is one thing that the council, maybe through the Environmental Services Committee, should look at if we need to put that on the capital list for expenditure, or at least some way that we can protect our employees a wee bit better in dealing with this issue as well, because I am conscious some of the staff are having to get down and lift this themselves. So I just want to raise that. I think it's really important that we get a handle on it, because there are health and safety and welfare issues, particularly in relation to children across parks, around by schools, and quite often at the end of garden paths, certainly in the issues that I'm getting picked up on. So I would hope that maybe we can look at that and bring that back through committee for a report, maybe just to see what Belfast are doing, see what examples we can get from there and how we might learn from their experience. Thank you.
You're on fire tonight, Councillor Cosby, already, so keep it going. Alderman Spears.
I'm on the main council meeting, but I'll leave it. I've spoken to others, and we'll sort the problem out and indeed inform our chief executive in relation to that.
Thank you, Alderman. Going to bring in Councillor Keith Hoggian.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and in the spirit of things changing within the chamber, I am now going to be in full agreement with Councillor Cosby of the DUP. I am more than happy to second what he has proposed here tonight. This issue around dog fouling and litter generally in our areas, this has been going since I started in 2014. And while, all of us here, and especially those on the Environmental Services Committee, while we acknowledge there's always stresses and strains, I think the one thing that has been missing from day one is for us to be given innovative approaches to it. So I would wholeheartedly second the proposal that more is brought to the committee around this. This issue is not going away. In fact, if anything, it's getting worse. And that is a reflection on us as a council. We need to be asking other areas what they're doing, pick out the good stuff, don't take on the bad stuff, and come up with better ideas. And, you know, it's fair to say, although there's a lot of stuff can divide us in this chamber, all of us will be united when it comes to these issues. I know I speak to Alderman Moutray on occasions where we can do nothing but agree that, you know, our town centres and the dog farming issue, it just seems to get worse and worse and worse. And as we move, I think it's timely in the sense we're moving out of COVID restrictions. We're moving away, you know, towards the end of the pandemic. Now is the time to refocus and don't just go back to what we did before and hope that it works. We need to be more innovative. So I am more than happy to second a proposal from Councillor Cosby. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I think there's over the course of the pandemic, there's been a massive rise in dogs throughout the borough. But I'd like to know that conversation about a poover between yourselves. I'm sure it was quite interesting. Going to bring in Councillor Kyle Savage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's nice to see that dog poo has united the chamber. But anyway, look, the rural areas, our villages, Warrenstown, Donaghcloney especially, the number of calls I have received this last number of weeks is horrendous. Like, you know, and there's one lady in one development in Warrenstown lifted 18 bags of dog poo. And that's not acceptable. It's not the dogs, it's the owners, irresponsible dog owners that we need to be hitting at. But we need to be looking, and I agree with the two councillors before me, looking at other good practices, sharing of knowledge through other councils and what they do and how that can be brought into our council area to help improve. But it really lies with the dog owner. You know, there's a responsibility there, and perhaps there's not enough targeted, especially speaking from as a rural councillor, there's not enough targeted in our rural villages, you know, where action needs to be taken, you know, greater than what it is at the moment. There's not enough people on the ground, officers on the ground, or this company on the ground that's targeting these people that's doing this. It's totally irresponsible. Dog owners need to wise up and clean up after themselves instead of vulnerable people. Going to school, we have school children carrying it right into school, and the dangers that brings, you know, it's totally unacceptable. And, you know, support the guys, you know, support the councillors here and what they're saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to bring in Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I was going to second Councillor Crosby's proposal. I did have few people on with me, but one of the things that he was talking about there is a council has a motorbike which does this type of thing, and I suppose there's a bit of confusion around it in our own council. I'm not sure if anyone knows the actual proper process of who actually would be going out to clean this up if it does. For no, over the last weekend, especially, as you know yourself, Lord Mayor, in Rothfriland, this has been trampled in and out of shops. It's been Banbridge all around every street. I think we've seen from Portadown, Lurgan, Warrenstown, everywhere it's been mentioned. I don't think it's any different in any part of the borough at the moment. So certainly would be keen to see that we do come back with some ideas of something different to try for. And at one point that we always seem to hear that it's very hard to catch people doing this, and I totally get that. But as one who is out walking the dog in the morning and evening quite often, there's it's awful this conversation to have, but there's fresh piles of dog dirt during the day as well. I don't believe that it's always done at night time throughout the borough, and certainly when you're walking up and down our streets, you can see it. Somebody's talking about a poover, but I had someone phone me the other day to say we're coming out of a pandemic and going into a poo-demic, and it's awful to think that that's what people are thinking of our borough, and what are we actually doing about it. So it's just to agree with those who have spoken, so just to point out that it is right across the borough in every area. So hopefully we can get something brought back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Councillor Alderman Garth Wilson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor, and I'll be brief, and it's along the same lines, but it's just to go back to, I think it was the 14th of May 2018, judging by the council's own website, and council secure state-of-the-art cleaning machine. And I was out there as Lord Mayor for the publicity around that, and it was quite an epic-looking bit of kit. It was, I know I've had the Poover, but this was the Gladiator Max Vac MV 700, and it generated quite a bit of steam in the middle of Lurgan, and that wasn't the agreement coming from Alderman Moutray and Councillor Hockeyan. It was from this machine, but I think everybody would agree when I seen the job it did in the centre on the pavement there, I'm just curious as to why we haven't seen it again since, because I know there was a bit of funding secured for it. I think it was around 70,000 through the Department for Communities. So it's a fair wee bit of money, and I'm just concerned that I haven't seen it out and about. I know it would be warmly welcomed in Rich Hill Village to clean the new pavements there, because they get very green as the sun shines on one side of the street and misses the other, and you have the algae and that growing over the winter, and it can be very, very slippery, and it's something that's raised with me continually. So I would, if you would permit me, Lord Mayor, just to seek an update perhaps for, I don't sit on environment, so for the next full council, if we could have an update on where the Gladiator Max Vac is currently residing, I would be grateful.
Thank you, Alderman. I'm actually trying to think of a quote from the Gladiator film, but it's not coming to me. Councillor McAlinden, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And yes, I want to thank Councillor Cosby for raising this again, and Councillor Kyle Savage. And suppose as a rural councillor as well, I'm constantly giving off about dog poo, littering along our rural roads. We all see the figures of the enforcement agencies in Lurgan and in our town centres, but we need to see them out on the ground in the rural roads. Rural roads at the minute are a disgrace, and even as late as last Friday, I was driving past a local school, and the youngsters were actually having to step over the dog poo outside the school. Absolutely ridiculous. So it is. So we need the enforcement teams out in our rural roads regularly as well. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Alderman Spears.
Lord Mayor, just to support the suggestions that have been made in relation to this, I mean, the rural roads, I did read the report as regards the activity of the WISE group. I must say it's 100% in the sense of as far as it goes, but at the end of the day, it does need to have some reflection on the rural areas. There are particularly hot spots on rural areas. If you turn off a main road or whatever, people just seem to be able to dump things out of the car or lorry or whatever. So I certainly would support the thought that there need to be some targeting in the hot spots in the rural areas. Alderman Wilson made reference to a machine that this council bought or has, and he's more fortunate than I suspect most other councillors, because I have never seen this machine. I don't know that it has done any work in my part of the area. I agree with the issue as regards the streets in Rich Hill or indeed Market Hill or Tondragee. They're chewing gum and whatever. So if that machine is there, we need to focus some attention on somebody being able to use it and do some work out in the areas concerned. It certainly would alarm me that I haven't seen it. I possibly was aware of it, but I don't recall it, and I'm quite sure I'm like quite a few other councillors here. I've never seen it or seen it working.
Thank you very much, Alderman Moutray.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't intent on speaking on this tonight, as I've been in communication with the department around the WISE trial, which will end in 3 months' time, and in relation to how we can tweak that to make it more effective. I do believe that there has been some benefits from having them, no doubt. People have become more aware of whenever they drop litter, but the litter actions of the group, of the companies, seem to be pretty targeted, and we need them more widespread. But in my communication with the department, I asked that the next environmental services meeting be dedicated to having the WISE company in, and they have come back to me to indicate that they thought it would be better to have a workshop. Now, personally, I agree with every councillor what has been said tonight. This is an issue we've spent a lot more time on than we ever should. We're no better now than we were 5, 10, years ago within this local government council. So what I would make the proposal is that a workshop dedicated to litter and dog filing is held for environmental services members and anyone else that wants to attend on a night, which will be before the end of February, that this council will treat this as a priority and that the WISE team will be invited along, or the management of the team, to hear the concerns of councillors around how we move forward in this here, because we can't let this drift, we can't let it sit. It's one of the basic services of this council, and quite honestly, this council is failing the ratepayer.
Thank you, Alderman Moutry. I'm going to bring in Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I would just like to agree with every councillor who has spoken tonight on this issue. This is something, as others have said, that we have constantly raised. Now, I know the issue of dog filing is a very difficult, it's a very complex thing, because people are either taking their dogs for walks at very early in the morning before our officers are in work, or late at night. So it's trying to think of something innovative of how we can actually potentially catch these people. We have been good on some occasions, but most of the complaints that I would get would be from people in town centres like Tanrigee and other areas, where it's disgusting to find that when they go to a local shop, or indeed the shop owner goes to open up in the morning, and there's dog fowl outside their premises or along the street, and parents taking their kids to school and prams and things like that. So I think we could be and should be doing more. It is very difficult, but I think I would like to see it. I think on the education front, I would like to maybe get a report from our officers in environmental health. When I say education, what are we doing in the local primary schools and high schools in relation to the educating of litter in general? And I say that on the basis that in around May, June time, as a resident this time in the village of Laurel Vale, local residents had set up a litter pick, and there was about 25 kids and numerous same amount of adults. And I took my 3 kids, for example, up a rural road, and it was unbelievable the amount of people who walked out of the village with their dogs. Yes, they picked the dog poo up in a black small bag and then threw it in the hedge. And the amount of black bags that we were pulling out of hedges and grass was actually unbelievable, but disgraceful. Now, my kids and other kids were disgusted and couldn't believe it, but they thoroughly enjoyed litter picking, and they felt that they'd done something positive for their community, but couldn't believe the items that were thrown into the hedges, such as dog fouling bags. So they were going to the extent of lifting the dog fowl. But when they got out into the country, nobody sees it, so pitch her into the hedge. And the impact that's having on our environment, the impact that's having on our birds and everything else is unbelievable. So I would like to see maybe something more progressive when it comes to the education side of things for our children. It's not just for now, but it's for the future when they grow up. And maybe that occasion where they think, we'll just press the button, put the window down and throw the bottle out. That education maybe at that young age or that younger age will help to inform them and stop them from pressing the button, because so many people, when they get outside the town boundary, and I remember a former officer in the Legacy Council, David McKee, used to tell me and others that if you were half a mile from a filling station or from a shop or from a town centre, that's where most of the litter occurred, because people were finished with whatever they had in the shop, they pressed the button and threw it out the window. And we can see it in all our towns and all our roads. And I think, based on what I had seen in the litter pick myself personally, and others obviously have seen it, I think it would be good to see if we could roll something out of an education level to show the young ones at different ages of the impact this is having on our community and the cost that it's having, because it's just got out of control. But the dog filing in itself, we definitely need various levels of something innovative to see what we can do.
Councillor O'Hanlon, please.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, thank you. And I don't want to prolong the debate any longer, but if it hasn't, I don't believe it has been seconded, second Councillor or Alderman Moutry's proposal around the workshop. But in addition to bringing WISE along, I'd be keen that there's a proposal or a paper brought to that workshop by officers to tell us how they intend to deal with litter and for the removal of it on the side of the road. It's all right, one thing, start to issue fines, but if they issue the fines and the litter's still there, we're no further forward. So I'd be, if Alderman Moutry's happy to amend that proposal, that a discussion takes place about, or a proposal is brought forward as to how that litter is managed. Like others, I have seen, witnessed a massive increase in the amount of waste on our roads, and I think it's something that we definitely need to get a grasp of. And just in relation to Councillor Barry's comments about education, education is brilliant, but we need some people to go back to school, because it's not just children. It's the parents, it's the older generation where the stuff has been pitched out the car window, and as I say, that's not all just children.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hanlon. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was really just going to come in and second that, but Councillor O'Hanlon has beaten me to it. But just in terms then of the proposal and the night that we have, I think we need to have a serious conversation and years, and it's always down to shift patterns that council officers aren't working, you know, early in the morning before 7 o'clock or before 8 o'clock. But I think we need to have a serious conversation at that meeting. That needs to be addressed, and we need to really look at it and see, is there any way that shift patterns can be, or shift can be devised where there are dog filing wardens out early in the morning, because 90% of dog filing occurs at that time in the morning, and we're just missing it every time. And we've talked about it time and time again for over 10 years. So very happy to support Alderman Moutry's proposal, and I would like to see on the night that that's discussed, just as a particular issue on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Alderman Moutry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to say that I happily accept the amendment that Councillor O'Hanlon has put. No problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Members, are we all agreed with the proposal? Yep. Okay. Members, I think going forward, at that meeting, maybe in the interim, you could maybe all do a bit of research and see what other countries are doing. And I know we'll ask a lot of our officers to do it, but if we can bring sort of ideas to the table as well, it'd be fantastic to be able to move forward, because other countries are doing fantastic work. You know, when you go to countries in Europe and mainland, it is basically socially unacceptable rather than just the norm, as what we were seeing, because it's right across the borough. It's not just isolation. Alderman Moutry, you looking back in?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to say, I thought we would have had some response from Council tonight, whether that's the Director, the Head of Environmental Services, or the Chief Executive. We've talked for a considerable period of time, when we see the issue that this is across the Council. I would have expected a response.
No problem. I'm going to bring in Sean, if you want to say a few words.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the comments this evening. We will take a note of those and will action accordingly and bring back detail as has been suggested by members on those. We recognise the importance of cleansing across the borough, and the matter of the trial project there as well. So I'll work with other colleagues on that, and we'll bring information back.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. So members, no more hands up. Are we all agreed with the rest of the Environmental Services Committee? Agreed. Thank you, members. Move on to 4.2. Can I seek a proposal and seconder that the minutes of the Leisure and Community Service Committee held on the 10th of January be taken as read and approved as accurate? Councillor Hockin, you're the chair.
Yes, I'm happy to propose, but I would like you to bring me back in just on one bit of accuracy, please.
Is it on the accuracy, or is it you're proposing?
Yeah, it's just on one of the recommendations on the items. I'm just looking clarification on it, please.
Not a problem, not a problem. And any member that was at the committee? Councillor Tennelson is the vice chair and was not the committee. Can I get a seconder for the record? Councillor McAlinden, thank you. Okay, Councillor Hockin, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's item for decision LCS 3-2022. It's just on the recommendation. It says recommended on the proposal of Councillor Cosby, seconded by Alderman Spears, that the process identified for third-party organisations hosting events within council parks and outdoor spaces be approved on the basis that a quality screen be undertaken if deemed necessary. Now, it goes on for another sentence, but it's just a matter of clarity. Is this been a mix-up between EQIA and a quality screening? I was just looking clarification that a quality screening is done anyway to see whether it needs an impact assessment. I think it could be just like a slight change of wording, but it says if deemed necessary. I would assume that a quality screening is done on all requests on matters, and then if so determined, an quality impact assessment is then completed. If one of the officers could just clarify that, thanks.
Okay. Jonathan, are you able to clarify?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. Yes, I can confirm that the member is quite correct that in the first instance, the quality screening would be completed, and then thereafter, if needs be, then there would be a further impact assessment completed.
Lord Mayor, just briefly then on the back of that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just in the light of what Jonathan's just confirmed there, could we just remove that then? The recommendation says that a quality screening be undertaken if deemed necessary. It's only 3 words, but I think it's important that we just amend that and ensure there shouldn't be any really issue around it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hockin. Alderman Spears.
Lord Mayor, I just wanted to speak on, I spoke at the meeting about it, and that was Trotter's Walk in Tandragee. Now, I know Councillor Barry is equally aware of this, and I mentioned it there, and it does need some research as to the responsibility. I know the council does clean it, but some of the fences at the back of the houses are falling down, and people have their own fences up, and it is quite, it's a walkway from, by and large, the top of Tandragee to the bottom. And no doubt I spoke to Councillor Barry about it, and he knows it quite well. And it is a problem that someone somewhere in the public sector needs to tackle. It's a pathway that is used extensively, and it does need a bit of a tidy up. It needs some of the fences replaced or whatever. And I want to see it done. I've had a number of people on. I've actually walked it within the last fortnight to see what it's like. And I must say it's something that would need a bit of attention to it. Now, I did refer to the ownership of it and establishing the ownership of it. And I think that has got to be done. And then we begin to look at how we can improve it in whatever way is able, or whatever way we're able to do. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Spears. Councillor Barry, in the same issue?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would just agree with Alderman Spears. This dates back to the old Tandragee Urban Council and closed up in 1976, and that's how far back it goes. I know him and I are both too young to remember that, but it goes back that far. At one stage, it had been tarmacked by, I think, that old council in the urban council time, and there'd been streetlights down it and had been repaired by the Department of Infrastructure over the years. But there was always sort of question mark who would, repair the fence, and it has fell down on the left-hand side of it. You've Coburn Drive and Richmond and all of that, and people over the years have replaced their own. But there are sections down on the right-hand side which caters for the mount that some people will not replace because they believe that it's not their ownership. So I think it would be good, as Alderman Spears said, to get a good report on it. But it does date back as far back as the 70s. But there again, it's one of those areas that's a big problem for dog filing, but we'll not get into that. We'll wait for another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barry. I'm sure there's a few people who would disagree that you weren't on Tandragee back in the day. I'm going to bring in Councillor Tennyson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's in relation to item LC 55/2022 in relation to the Platinum Jubilee Programme of Events. Lord Mayor, the Platinum Jubilee will be a momentous occasion for Her Majesty the Queen and indeed for many people within our borough. That's why Alliance supported the original notice of motion brought by the DUP group in July for Council to develop a programme of events because it is an important part of our cultural diversity, and it's right that we coordinate a programme so that those who wish to celebrate the Jubilee within our community can do so. However, Lord Mayor, Alliance will not be able to support the current proposed programme and budget in its current form. That's for a number of reasons. Primarily, it's because the budgeting process for the programme has been flawed from the outset. The figure of £250,000 was pulled from thin air by councillors in a working group. There was no systematic or thought out budgeting process. There was no consideration of value for money for the ratepayer. And it's on top of an already committed £20,000 VAT expenditure, taking the total cost to £270,000. Now, Lord Mayor, my understanding is that that amount is more than 5 times the spend on the Jubilee that has taken place in other councils across Northern Ireland. And I think that is an excessive and somewhat obscene spend on a party and celebrations at a time when this organisation faces huge financial pressures, when we're emerging from a pandemic, when we're dealing, and many of our constituents are dealing with a cost of living crisis and who are struggling to heat and eat. I think it's important that we have value for money at the core of our considerations. And I think there is a balance that can be sought here between delivering a really positive, vibrant, worthwhile Jubilee celebration, while also balancing against the financial pressures that we face and that value for money consideration. So on that basis, Lord Mayor, I want to propose an amendment to the recommendation, and that is that where it says point 2 in the recommendation in the notes, that officers would return with a significantly scaled back programme of events in the region of £50,000 to £60,000 that can be developed further within the working group. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tennyson. Councillor Tinsley, please.
Lord Mayor, mine's on a different topic if you want to finish this one and come back to me.
No problem. Councillor Nelson, please. You in the same issue?
Yes, Lord Mayor, same issue. Lord Mayor, look, I did speak about this at committee. Our party absolutely accepts that there are some within our borough that will legitimately wish to mark the Jubilee, and we have no problem with them doing so. In fact, we supported the 20,000 FAP spend that originally came to the council that would allow any group that wishes to hold an event to mark the Jubilee to do so, and we did support that. But this additional spend that takes our spend to well over £250,000 is nothing short of ludicrous, and it won't sit well with any right-minded ratepayer who, at the end of the day, Lord Mayor, foot the bill. The suggested spend as it sits right now is completely detached from the reality of the people that we all tonight here represent. Food bank use is at a peak. We have our constituents living in fuel poverty. I know people rationing their electric, COVID-related job losses, universal credit cuts. On top of that, as councillors, we're being told that revitalisation projects in our own areas that would create jobs, that would give our communities an knee up, that this council doesn't have the money for it. The Drumgorn Tullygally revitalisation project can't go ahead because we don't have the money. Yet we can go from a 20k spend to a 250k spend without batting an eyelid. I'm telling the communities I represent that we can't afford to give them a play park. I'm telling young people that we don't have any initiatives for youth diversionary projects. And I'm telling people in the rural area that I represent that, sorry, the community centre that your area would thrive from, we can't afford to build it. So whilst we support the 20k FAP programme that we initially started out with, we cannot support and will not support this rise to nearly £250,000. And so our party tonight would like to revisit that decision, and we would recommend that we refer it back to the £20,000 FAP programme that was initially agreed by this council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson, going to bring in Councillor Cosby. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And of course, let's not let the facts get in the way of a good election broadcast, because the budget indeed is not £270,000 and the FAP money is not separate from the £250,000. I just checked with the officer who's been dealing with this issue and they are both included in the same figure. However, where I think the two parties that have gone on their party election broadcasts here this evening actually come unstuck a bit is that this budget is already agreed and ratified through council prior to tonight. What this is in reference to is the programme that we're currently working through, not the actual budget spend. That was agreed a long time ago, or at least 2 or 3 meetings ago. I'm happy that somebody checked that, but that decision was already made. And I think the conversation started maybe as far back as September. So we're talking about a programme of events here. So if those who are so anxious about this want to bring a rescinded motion, I'm happy to vote against it at the next council meeting, because Councillor Nelson can, if she wish, decide to say who is and who isn't in their right mind, which is, in my own view, is an appalling thing to say about any constituents, because they may or may not support Her Majesty the Queen's Jubilee. I think we need to be careful with our words and our language, and particularly in that context. Just because someone disagrees with somebody else on an opinion doesn't mean that they're not in their right mind. And I think that's important that I would set that out here this evening. What I will say in relation to the proposed recommendations that we're about to agree is that I would have a slight amendment to those. And I would make the following amendment to that. Point 1, it is recommended that we procure an events company to manage the major events scheduled for June 2022. I would propose a slight amendment to that point 1, that the working group, if necessary, the working group, if they deem necessary, would procure or would approve the procurement of an events company to manage the major events scheduled for June. There's a lot more work to be done on this before we run out to procure events companies for these things. There's a lot more discussion to be had in the working group, and there's a lot more detail and meat to be added to the bones. So I would suggest that I would put that to the meeting this evening, Lord Mayor, and the hope that we would get agreement on that. And also, again, just refer back to those who would say that they would agree to, £20,000 here or there or whatever. I mean, we're happy to look at any proposals that Councillor Nelson or others would bring to the floor of this chamber on any matters. We look at those with an open mind. And I suppose that's more than what we can say for Sinn Féin on issues like this, particularly given their track record with the Northern Ireland Centenary, the planting of trees at Stormont Estate, marking the Queen's Jubilee, and all of those other decisions that they have taken around these events. So we certainly will take no lectures on them. And coming also from a party who supported an IRA bombing campaign that wrecked our country and we're still paying for many years, we'll take no lectures on how we spend money. And indeed, what we will do is that we will get into June. We will be in a joyous mood. We will have a celebration. We will come together as community and we will celebrate the milestone of Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee, which has never been achieved before by a British monarch, which is a once-in-a-lifetime achievement that any of us will ever see. And we should be proud to go out and celebrate. And those constituents that come to me about this issue are excited about coming together with their neighbours, with their friends, who they have been separated from for the best part of 2 years, where we have lost community cohesion, where people have been isolated, where people have been disengaged and disenfranchised from their neighbours, their friends. They haven't been able to make contact. They've been socially distanced. And you know what? We're going to come together. We're going to celebrate this together, and we're going to do it in good mood and with, I am sure, good voice. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. I'm going to bring in Alderman Wilson, please.
Thanks, Chair. And this is in regards to the previous issue around Trotter's Walk that had been raised earlier there. And I remember I have emails here in front of me with land registry maps going back as far. Email from a former council official in the old Armagh Council dated back to September 2009. And I suppose following on from that, it is not a straightforward issue. And I remember meeting road service and that out on Trotter's Walk going back some time ago.
Alderman Wilson, sorry for cutting across you. You wouldn't mind if we come back to that, and we'll get this one resolved first. Okay?
Yeah, well, I can speak on the current one as well as the proposer of the motion. I'm quite content with Councillor Cosby's proposal. If that's what is required, I'm happy to second that. I did make the point at the previous meeting that point 2 of the minute at that stage did allow for our further discussion around the provision being made. Wholeheartedly support the budgetary allocation to it. And it is an allocation. I mean, it's not like there's 200 invoices sitting for adding up to £250,000 at this stage. So, I mean, if it doesn't all need to be spent, it won't be spent. But I think we need to have a suitable amount of money there to enable ABC Council, and I know it will bring in a lot of people from outside the borough, and that's something that we should also be very aware of. We are showcasing our borough in all these situations, so it isn't just for our own ratepayers. This is an opportunity to increase our outreach into other parts of Northern Ireland, as we do on many other issues in terms of trade and other community work. So it's not simply an area for ABC residents only. This will be appealing to a wider field right across Northern Ireland. So, and I would make the point, I mean, I'm a councillor for over 15 years, being a councillor for another 55 odd years, or it's just a monumental achievement for Her Majesty to give this level of dedication to what amounts to public service in the truest sense of the word. And I'm in awe of it, I would say. And that's why I was delighted to propose the motion. And I really do hope we can enjoy a really good series of events. And I certainly at this stage want again to wish Her Majesty every good health and God's richest blessing for the months and weeks ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Going to bring in Seamus.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And note there's 2 areas of discussion, one around the budgets, which is for members to consider. There was a second point raised just about the events company and the procurement of the events company. If the programme of work's going ahead, there's quite a detailed programme with quite a bit of work to be completed. At the time in the report, it was discussed with regards to other events that were ongoing at that time, and our colleagues in Tourism, Arts and Culture Department are working at full capacity to deliver those events. So in considering maybe the need to make progress and deliver a programme as it's agreed, it would make sense in my view as an officer that events company is procured, but that the flexibility is allowed to respond to the work as it's ongoing. But I would be concerned with regards to delays. We're in January now. If this programme is agreed and is a decision of council, work will need to be completed and progress made. So just maybe to consider some of the practicalities around the procurement of an events company, because the resource is going to be limited with the range of events that council will be delivering at that time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Seamus. Going to bring in Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just to second Councillor Tennyson's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. And Councillor Maggle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's the second Councillor Nelson's proposal that we don't proceed with the events. Obviously, if we don't proceed with the events, we don't spend the money, whether it's been approved at a previous council meeting or not, as Councillor Crosby has alluded to. I mean, nobody is opposing celebrating this momentous occasion. It is certainly momentous that any monarch would rule for 70 years. There's no doubt about that. Nobody wishes to stand in the way. But the amount of money that this council is proposing to spend on this event is just obscene. There's no getting away from it. There will not be one council in England that will spend anywhere close to 10% of this money celebrating the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. What we're really doing is spend £250,000 massaging unionists' insecurities about their identity. That's what we're doing, not celebrating the Platinum Jubilee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Michael. We have no more speakers on this. So before we take Councillor Cosby's proposal, I'm going to go into a 5-minute agenda or a 5-minute postponement to seek some clarification on a couple of matters. Okay, so the time is now 53, so we'll come back at 2100 or 2000 hours. Thank you very much. Members, we're just seeking some advice there. Going to go to Councillor Cosby in your proposal. Can you clarify your proposal, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And in relation to the proposal, I suppose the issue was to allow a bit of flexibility for the working group, just in relation to some of the things that will come through, make those decisions. So having had a conversation with colleagues in the chamber and with officials, I'd be happy with the recommendation. We accept the recommendation to procure an events company to manage the major events scheduled for June 2022, with some flexibility built into that procurement exercise to allow officers more freedom in relation to the events that may come from that. So that would be the suggestion.
Suggestion or amendment?
I had my light off as I tried to correct myself there, Lord Mayor, so we probably picked that up, but it is a proposal.
Thank you very much. And Alderman Wilson, you've seconded this proposal? And seconded. Okay, members, are we all agreed?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. No, see.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I'm
Not
still
agreed.
not really clear what Councillor Cosby means.
I'm going to bring in Councillor Cosby to reiterate what he said there.
I mean that we procure an events company and that we build flexibility into the process so that what we don't do 6 events and X amount of pounds per budget, but what we do is that we procure an events company but build in potentially daily rates, and then we bring them in as we need them for the events, as opposed to setting out a whole strand of 6 events and actually we only need 3, or 6 events we need 10, but we actually can use the tender process to allow the flexibility to do that. That's what I mean. I'm happy if anybody else more qualified in these matters wants to speak on it, but that is fairly simple in my view.
Okay, members, as we don't have agreement, we're going to go to a vote. So on Councillor Cosby's proposal to accept the recommendation and build in flexibility within the procurement, Alderman Anderson, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Baxter?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Barry?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Burdens?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cosby?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Duffy?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Flaherty?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Greenfield?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockey?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockian?
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Keating?
No, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Alderman Kennedy.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lorgan. Councillor Lavery.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McCauley.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Michael.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Michael Linden.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McLeod.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McGowan.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McElrath.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McKinstry.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNally.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNeil.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Mitri.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nelson.
No.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor O'Hanlon.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor O'Neill.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pope.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Rankin.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kevin Savage.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kyle Savage.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Spear.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Thomason.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tinsley.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Toman.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Twyble.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
No, Mayor.
Say that again, please, Deputy Lord Mayor.
No.
No. And Lord Mayor, yes. Alderman, or sorry, Councillor Nicholson, are you there? Councillor Nicholson, are you there? Nope, not heard. Councillor Lorgan. It's not on. Okay. Yeah, close off voting.
I've got a very bad signal.
Lord Mayor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lord Mayor?
Sorry, Councillor Nicholson, I've already closed.
Can you hear me, Lord Mayor?
Sorry, Councillor Nicholson, at closed shop there for the voting.
Can you hear me, Lord Mayor?
Yes, I can hear you now, but sorry, we have closed voting. Okay, so we're moving on with
Have a bad signal, Lord Mayor. Apologies, I'm working
We'll get you a 50p for the meter. Okay, so the voting tally is yes, 21, no, 18. So the proposal goes through and the other two proposals fall. So I'm going to move on. Councillor Tinsley, you looking in?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, it's in relation to South Lake Leisure Centre. I and my colleagues have been contacted by quite a few constituents with regards to extending the hours of the gym within the South Lake Leisure Centre. Management are aware of it, and I wanted to ask that feedback is brought back on the request that a report's brought back to our March committee meeting for consideration with regards to looking at these extended hours. And that's all I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Yes, that's no problem. We'll bring that forward to the committee. Councillor Nelson?
Lord Mayor, it was just to second that and just to say if you wanted me to quickly deal with my AOB now, I could, but if not, that's grand.
While we're on the subject, yeah, crack on, Councillor Nelson, means we'll get done and dusted with it. Thank you.
I thought that. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, it's around the use of the gym by under 16s. Members will be aware at the minute that if you're under 16 in the evening, you cannot use our gym without an adult present. And I understand the health and safety reasons behind that. However, I would really ask that we look and review that for a number of reasons. I have had in the last sort of 3 to 4 weeks 3 different calls from parents of teenagers who have been put out of the gym in the evening for no other reason than their age. Now, if they were misbehaving or doing anything that was of a concern for health and safety, then I would understand that, but they absolutely weren't. On Friday night, 4 teenagers were frog marched out of the gym as well. And it was very embarrassing for the 4 young people involved. Again, not up to any behaviour, not even working out together, working out separately, but simply put out because of their age. Now, I understand that that's our policy at the moment. However, I think to the 14, 15-year-old, particularly boys, whose mental health really benefits from gym use and who absolutely do not want to go to the gym with their mum or their dad or their auntie or their uncle. They want to go and they just want to get their head cleared. Many of these young people are in school to 4 o'clock. By the time they would get home, changed, fed and back out again, not being able to access our gym in the evenings without an adult present, to me is just something that in practicality, on paper, I could understand it, but the workings out of it, I really now see flaws in it. So I have raised this with centre management, and there was a thought that they might bring this forward as part of their April review. But I would actually ask that we look at it sooner than that, with a view to, even if we say 3 nights a week, 3 specific nights a week, under 16s can attend the gym later into the evening, because I do know that it can require an additional staffing. So I would really appreciate if that could come to the next Leisure Committee meeting, Lord Mayor, in February, sorry, I'm a month ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Yeah, I'm happy to second that there and moving forward. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, it was to come in and second that good proposal there from Councillor Nelson. It is something I've had a couple of queries about recently. I don't know whether it's something that has been sort of more rigorously enforced in recent weeks or months, because certainly this didn't seem to be an issue. And one issue with it as well is that it didn't seem to be well advertised. I understand that there was a small notice as you went into the gym, but there was nothing on the council website. Following query from myself, understand that it's now on the council website as an information point, but again, it's not too clear, and maybe there is some additional advertising going on at the actual entrance to the gym itself. But I think Councillor Nelson's right. It's not just boys; it's young girls and young women as well who are that social element of going to the gym and working out with their friends. And I know there are certain requirements to go on the lift weights and things, but there's certainly definitely possibilities in the cardio section. So would support having a wider look at this, and association with similarly the proposal from Councillor Tinsley about opening times. Well, now we've got a couple of months in, so we could have that sort of wider review and make sure, you know, we want as many people using the gym as possible and living healthy, active lifestyles. And if young people want to go and use our, you know, health and well-being equipment and facilities, I think we should be all in favour of that. But certainly very happy to support this request from Councillor Nelson here tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lovely. Can I make a suggestion that it's not just SLLC, it's straight across the board? You happy enough, Councillor Nelson, to include that? Yeah, thank you very much. Going to move to Councillor Baxter.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to support that. I was just going to second that as well. Yeah, this is something we should be encouraging young people to get into the gym, because these are going to be our members, you know, probably, hopefully, lifelong members, or certainly into the future. So I think we should actually be actively encouraging to come. So the sooner we can do that, certainly we can do that process, the better. Not one who frequents a gym very often. I wasn't aware of that particular thing. I was talking to a nephew who goes to the gym 6 days a week, and his gym's 24 hours, open 24 hours. I'm not suggesting we do that for 1 second, because I can't think anything worse than getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to the gym. But there are those that do it, and you know, we probably have the best gym here in the whole country. So we should be actively promoting it. I'm assuming these teenagers, like, they're paying for the service. So I'm sort of a bit astounded actually that they're not allowed into the gym unaccompanied. So I'd like to see it come as quickly as possible. So happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. And Alderman Wilson, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. It was just an issue that was brought to my attention today, and it's on the leisure team and in reference to Gosford. I know the booking system there for the caravans and that went live again today, and it crashed quite quickly afterwards. But and it's just, I know I had a lot of calls about that, and I know other councillors had as well, and from right as far as Dromore and that, from people wanting to book into Gosford. There seemed to be an issue, basically simply due to the volume of traffic on the website. And chatting to the guys at Gosford, they were saying in any 1 minute period there could have been 500 people trying to access the site and make bookings. That resulted in it crashing. Had a lengthy conversation with Philip in Gosford there this evening, so he's pretty content that they'll be getting stuck back into it in the morning again. And I know a few people were having issues in terms of payments and not being completely sure that a payment was taken, or sure that a payment was taken but not completely sure that the booking was made. So it's just, if we could, you know, drill down into that tomorrow and ensure that people are responded to as quickly as possible, and just at any uncertainty for them, because we know we're a nation of online activists in terms of our consumerism. So I know there's always a wee bit of anxiety when you're making an online transaction and you're not completely sure that that transaction has worked. It does cause a wee bit of concern. So on the back of that, I would just, if some extra resources needed just to get us over this little blip. And of course, it's a blip of success in terms of the magnet that is Gosford. And I would, for this period, maybe if directors could allow some extra resource if it's needed. I'm not saying it is, but I don't want the guys down there being swamped trying to resolve technical problems, that if there are others in council who maybe could help resolve that and let those guys get to other duties. So if that is possible, it was just to get it on the minute tonight and just give people an assurance that council are actively working towards that, and that's coming from the guys in Gosford. The actual booking company, I think it's Anytime Booking, said they'd never seen the like of it, and they handle a lot of bookings right across the UK for forest parks, and they're wondering what's in the water down in Gosford, because it seems to be very, very appealing from their end. But again, they apologise, they've just never seen the like of it in terms of volume of traffic on the website. But I suppose the other flip side is a website needs to work, and I'm sure we're paying the company to host that. So just if it can be resolved, and information is key in this, that's got out to people as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that update, Alderman. Officers will take that on board and try and get this resolved as soon as possible. Councillor McAlinden and then Councillor Tinsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And again, it's just a quick note in relation to Oxford Island. And again, I'm raising the issue of toilet provision. I'm fed up raising it. But look, the new play park is ready for opening, I think, this weekend. We have 4 or 5 containers sitting down at the edge of the South Lake Leisure Centre. Toilet facilities not been used. And can I ask that maybe those be brought down to Oxford Island to accommodate the toilet facilities for the people that's going to visit the park over the coming weeks and months ahead? The Discovery Centre is not adequate to accommodate the large crowds that will be attending the new play park. So there is containers sitting down behind us here now with toilet facilities in them not been used, and they could be used down at Oxford Island. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll get the officers to look at that tomorrow morning. Councillor Tinsley.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And if Councillor McAlinton's request requires a seconder, I'm quite happy to second that. But what I was actually asking for to come back in on was what Councillor Nelson raised has really is something I was totally unaware of, and I would like a point of clarity, because when Councillor Nelson was talking about it, she was talking about in the evenings. Now, is it after 5 o'clock that these 15-year-old young people are not allowed in? And if that is the case, why? Or is it that 15-year-old young people are not allowed into the gym unaccompanied? I'd appreciate clarity on that, Lord Mayor, please, because that's a very important.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Tinsley. I'm going to bring in Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, just in relation to the members' queries, yes, we do allow there are certain periods within the day whenever under 16s can come into the gym, and then there's other times whenever they're accompanied by adults. Just in relation to the members' query, we will take a report back to the Fabric Committee, setting this out in much more detail, and then it'll be up to members in relation to making a decision regarding that matter.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. You can learn that out in committee.
Lord Mayor, may I come back on that point? Just
yeah, go ahead.
I'm quite content to wait on that report coming back. However, I would be interested to know, is there something under child protection that permits us from doing that after 5 o'clock, or why did that decision be made in the first place?
Thank you, Chair. I'll pick that up with the centre managers as part of the conversations in terms of the wider transformation of the indoor leisure provision. So again, I would need to get into the detail of that to give Councillor Tinsley a full explanation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Jonathan. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We wanted actually just to address 2 points. One, it's nice that somebody else is raising toilets in the chamber of the night other than Councillor Flaherty for a change. But I do just want to put on the record my frustration that Eden Villa, which is a very busy facility, is not having or being the users of that facility are not being provided with adequate toilet provision at this point in time at all. And that, in my view, is totally unacceptable. It's an unacceptable position for the council to take. And I think we need to address that point fairly urgently. I guess Councillor Tinsley did raise one of the thoughts in my mind. And I too, I'm actually quite astounded that we would not be permitting under 16s into one of our facilities, unaccompanied. That is bizarre to me. And I don't know if they can get onto a bus and use public transport and a whole raft of other things, but yet we won't let them into our gym. I appreciate there's equipment in there and whatever else, but surely if the requirement would be very simple, that they must do an induction into the gym, they're using it safely, that they know how to use the equipment, that can be rectified. But my issue is actually one of safeguarding and insurance, and I think that they should be included as considerations in the report. I also would be keen to get an understanding of who made that decision and why that decision was made, and why it's okay at some parts of the day and why it's not okay at other parts of the day. Because if there's a safeguarding issue in the evening, well, the issue won't be any different, I would imagine, during the day. So I would be a wee bit concerned that we are in this position in relation to that. And as one who uses the gym on a fairly regular basis, you know, I have the experience I have had in the gym has always been a really positive one, with no issues being raised with me, or have I witnessed or seen any. And at times the gym is extremely busy, and it is encouraging to see so many people from across the age ranges using it, but also so many young people using it with their friends. And that's, I think that's really important, given the fact that they were also separated for a long time from their friends, and it is good that actually they're making that connection and they're using our facility to do it. We should be encouraging it rather than prohibiting it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cosby. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'll be as brief as possible. I think you're managing a really difficult meeting tonight. There's quite a lot has come out, but I just wanted to make the point. Councillor Nelson, or Councillor McAlinton, sorry, has raised toilets at Oxford Island, and subsequent councillors have made comments about the lack of facilities in their areas. I always find this fascinating because the place strategy by our own council states clearly around some of our obligations. And as a representative of Lurgan, I'm always flabbergasted to see that on our own policy says that as a district play park, we should have district facilities. Lurgan Park, to anybody that uses it, is known far and wide as one of the worst provisions for toilets. God forbid you should have children in that park and need to use the bathroom with them, because you can run one direction and it'll be locked, run the other direction, nobody lands to the door. It is shocking, to say the least. And this council has failed time and time again, not just on that issue, but by their own standards and their own place strategy. So if we're going to have a debate about toilets and facilities across the board, I think we'd probably need to look at it in a broader sense, because even by our own standards, we're not fulfilling our obligations to our constituents. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. Maybe we can have that debate in the committee whenever it comes around again. Okay, so with no more lights on, can I get confirmation? Councillor Hogan, you had said about the amendment, or the bit that you wanted taken out. Can you just reword that again? I know it was a long time ago.
It was. Give me a second, Lord Mayor. It was just the removal of, I think it was if necessary. Hold on one second. Yeah, so in the recommended, so it's LCS 3 2022, and in the recommended section it's just the three words if deemed necessary, as it was clarified that that is necessary.
No problem. Thank you. Okay. We all agreed?
Thank you.
All agreed? Yep. Thank you very much, members. Move on to agenda item 4.3. Can I seek a proposal and seconder for the minutes of the Economic Development and Regeneration Committee held on the 11th of January 22 be taken as read and approved as a correct record? Councillor McAlinton, you're the chair of committee.
So proposed, Lord Mayor.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Alderman Moodry. Councillor McLeod, matters arising.
Yes, Lord Mayor, and thank you for letting me in. It was just to make a comment under EDR 05/2022, and I note that empty to occupy was referenced as an item that had been discussed on the night, and it was just basically to welcome the fact that the current empty to occupy scheme has moved on to the next phase, and certainly over this last couple of years on council, it's something that I have raised often with officers, and it's good that it has moved on, and because I think that it has a very important part to play in terms of the economic regeneration as we come out of the pandemic. So it's just to congratulate the officers concerned. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLeod. No other speakers. Members, we all agreed in the minutes? Agreed, yes, thank you. Move on to agenda item 4.4. Can I seek a proposal and second to the minutes of the Planning Regulatory Service Committee held on the 12th of January 22 be taken as read and approved as correct record? Councillor Lovey, you're the chair.
Good, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Yes, happy to propose.
Okay. And Councillor Nicholson, are you there? Okay. I'm happy to second if anybody else was at the committee. Alderman Twyble. Second by Alderman Twyble. Okay. Any matters arising? All agreed? Agreed. Agenda item 4.5. Can I seek a proposal and seconder for the minutes of Governance, Resources and Strategy Committee held on the 13th of January 22 be taken as read and approved as a correct record? Councillor McClelland, you're the chair of the committee.
Yes, Lord Mayor, so proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Alderman Twyble.
Happy to second, sir.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Any minutes or any raising? No hands up. Thank you very much. We all agreed? Thank you. Agenda item 5, Chief Executive's report. That's item for decision. 5.1, call for evidence. Northern Ireland District Councils remote hybrid meetings, and I'm going to bring in Sean McNichol, Strategic Director, to present on this report.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members, this report, as the Lord Mayor has said, is about as a response to the call for evidence in the Northern Ireland District Council's remote hybrid meetings consultation currently out at the moment from the Department for Communities. This matter was raised at the Governance, Resources and Strategy Committee meeting on the 13th of January, where it was agreed that a draft response would be brought to this meeting. And members, that draft response is set out at Appendix 1 and takes the format of a questionnaire that was issued by Department for Communities in relation to the call for evidence. Members, you may recall that there were some divergent views on in terms of the call for evidence at the committee meeting, and the appendix reflect this to some extent, and strong points were made both in support of and kind of in caution about having a permanent access to remote meetings, which is what the call for evidence is about. So members, in addition to the appendix that's there, within the body of the report, that it has been proposed that we would add some narrative by means of a preface to the Council's response. It basically sets out at a high level some of the advantages and disadvantages which members have highlighted with respect to the operation of remote and hybrid meetings. So members, both the comments in the covering report and the appendix are there for your consideration, and the recommendation is that members approve the response to the call for evidence, Northern Ireland District Council's remote hybrid meetings. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Sean. Members, as you're aware, this was well debated in committee, so hopefully we can move quickly on to the next part of the evening. I want to bring in Councillor Pope.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Sharon. Yeah, I broadly agree with the draft response and would propose that with one small amendment just in question 1. I think that we've seen that, that remote or hybrid meetings have worked well, rather than the more neutral on that, greater flexibility, environmental advantages of reduced travel, cost reduction, and a better attendance as well. So I don't think we should, remove this possibility for future. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to bring in Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't sit on the committee. Thankfully, we weren't going to open up the debate with party group leaders, but it did get opened up. And I wasn't going to open up the debate tonight, but then Councillor Pope just came in and said it worked well, yet we've seen tonight that it quite obviously doesn't work well. Just phone Councillor Nicholson and ask him. He couldn't even come in to do a vote. So it's probably not working well in these forums, but in terms of, the likes of party group leaders, as I mentioned on Wednesday night, that's a good forum for a Zoom meeting. You know, I might as well go on to Zoom and sit with 5 or 6 of my colleagues across the chamber and the chief executive and a few of the directors, as opposed to driving to Armagh from Donaghcloney. That makes sense. This forum, people sitting at home, you know, when you call me in to speak, it takes 25 seconds to get your face on the screen. If you speak too early, the folk at home don't hear you. And this is, we've cutting edge technology here. This is probably one of the best chambers, if not the best chamber in the country for technology. And it's working. And anybody who says that it is working has been economical with the truth. But anyway, I said I wasn't going to open up debate. I'm loath to do so. But what I do want to ask, and it's not really to do with this report, but just in terms of the restrictions that are lifting now, I think the first wave on the 26th on Wednesday, in terms of social distancing in the workplace, can I ask that we review then the chamber and how many folk we can get in next month? Because I had to turn my own members away tonight because we were only allowed 5. And yet when you look down, you see all the empty seats. It's really, really, really frustrating, especially when members are, and my party anyway, certainly are very keen to get back into the chamber. So if we could do that and have that even for, you know, the next meeting, because we can certainly have more people in the chamber than we have currently, especially when the restrictions leave us now on the 26th. And then I think 10th of February is the next review, where that working from home, I think things going out the window altogether. And that's the feedback we're getting from Stormont anyway. So if that happens, then I would like to think that all members that are elected to this chamber will come to the chamber, and we can have our meetings then. But I just want to make those quick points. Thank you.
Thought you weren't open on that debate, Councillor. Alderman Wilson at home, please.
Yeah, thanks. I suppose it's just on the wider point of the call for evidence. I did take the time and filled it in myself independently, and I would encourage everybody to do the same. It is a worthwhile process, and I have my views on it. And I suppose the only way the departments are going to get that view is if you tell them. So I know there's a divergence of views within the council, but you have the option to fully inform the department what your individual views are, and that's what I did. But the other point Alderman Baxter has raised, and that is I was one of the ones who would have liked to be in the chamber tonight, and I really just don't understand, with there being so many empty seats, why I can't simply be permitted, or if it exceeds 5, why it just seems bizarre that you aren't permitted to come into the council. Yet on a planning committee meeting, you know, we have quite a good number of, in fact, all or most of the membership of the planning committee, some 14 of us plus administrative staff plus planners, are in the chamber for that. So there's glaring inconsistencies in terms of the operation of this, and I fully understand why some people aren't there. I'm not there, I mean, tonight, but I would like to be there in person. And one point it did make in my submission was the loss of a lot of the interaction between councillors. I think that has greatly been missed. A lot of things can be spoken about, a lot of conversations can be had. I think we've lost a lot of the community of the council in that regard, and that's not a good thing, I don't think. It elongates things that could easily be resolved or discussed in short breaks, as we've had tonight. You know, you're sort of just on, you stop your video and you're waiting on it starting again. You've none of that interaction, and I think we are really missing that. And planning committee is the one committee I fully enjoy because we're all there. The interaction's good, the discussions and the debates are good, and we realise what we're missing by in the remote. And I know remote has been particularly useful during the restrictions, but as those ease, I think we do have to get back and, you know, restore our democracy, if you like. I think that's important, but it's my view. I'm fully aware of that.
Thank you very much, Alderman. I can tell you the crack's 90 in here. You're missing it. Just to make you aware, members, it's been 2 years in February that we've had a full council meeting, so we're going well here. I'm going to bring in Councillor Cosby, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And maybe in February, when we're setting the rates, everybody might make the effort when the restrictions are lifted to come and sit in this chamber, as we're all elected to do. But I suppose just in relation to some of the points that have already been addressed, just to say, and listen, as a very arbitrary exercise this evening, I took the time 17 minutes actually, to record the length of the 2 votes that we have had to take in this chamber this evening. 17 minutes for 2 votes, which in normal circumstances take us about 60 seconds, 90 seconds each when we all sit in here and press buttons. And I think it is now farcical that we get to a situation where as full council, and of course there might be appropriate reasons why we would have remote meetings, and that's perfectly fine. Periods of inclement weather, or, you know, power cuts in somebody's constituency or whatever else. We're dealing with some difficult issues. There might be various reasons why we would have remote meetings, but for sure, there's no reason why our committees, standing committees, and our full sitting of this council cannot be here. It is important, camaraderie across the chamber, whether we agree, whether we disagree, sorting out issues, amendments, all of those things, that has been lost, and the meetings are, you know, prolonged significantly. And that means that officers who we expect, by the way, as elected members, to come in here to facilitate these meetings. And if we expect the officers to come here and facilitate some of these meetings, we should be sitting here ourselves. And I think that's really important as well, because our officers will start, where possible, to get back into the workplace. We'll want to get things moving again. We want to catch up on some of the backlogs and some of those issues. And in this place, I think it's good that we have the interaction with our officers, because it is really important that we do meet them on a regular basis. And this is one of the ways that we get a chance to do that. So, you know, what Councillor Pope has alluded to is that he thinks they work very well. I think, Sharon, you were very diplomatic in your assessment of how the discussion occurred. Differing views, there were certainly those, and opinions at the Governance Committee. And question 1, you have just ticked neither well nor poorly in relation to, generally speaking, how well do you consider the current remote meetings arrangements work? That is the council response. We're not going to get agreement either way. I think anybody can read between the lines on that. But again, I think, you know, we wouldn't be in agreement with Councillor Pope to say they work well all the time. We have seen this evening the disasters that can happen. It's totally unfair, by the way, that Councillor Nicholson didn't get his vote this evening, because he has been denied effectively his voice on a key issue in this chamber, and it is because of the technology not working. Had he have been here and had he have been able to come in, then he would have had his vote, and that is, you know, unfortunate for him this evening, and unfair. So let's get back into this place and get back to work, back to our desks, the right and proper order where we elected in 2019.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor O'Hanlon and Councillor Lavery, I'm not too sure which one of you had buzzed in first. So I think Councillor O'Hanlon, you want to go first? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't think the consultation asks, does every meeting have to be held remotely? It's asking what was our views of the capabilities, and it was asked, would we like to keep them? And I think it's yes. The reason being, because I think they offer us the new norm. And let's face it, this is the way things are in the world of work and in the world of business. And even in the world of education, where children or young people at university can still dial in at lectures and be able to take part in lectures. But look, the meeting at governance, it got a bit heated. But I know that some of those people have apologised and we moved on. I think what Sharon has articulated is quite correct. I'm happy to second Councillor Pope's slight amendment to that. But let's not kid ourselves. Think of the tens of thousands of pounds that we have saved over the last 2 years in mileage for members attending the meetings. I, for one, for example, are a member of the city, the Midwest City deal. So if I was to drive to Enniskillen for a 40-minute meeting, That doesn't make sense. Never mind the environmental impact of that, but also in relation to how many of us now have 2 and maybe 3 meetings a night when you can do that and via this platform. So I think this platform has its place. I'm not saying that every meeting needs to be all on Zoom, and I don't think that's what the question is being asked. The question has been asked, do we want to retain that flexibility? And I believe the answer should and must be yes. We had a discussion earlier on tonight about the death of Aisling Murphy. But how many times do we talk about trying to make politics more open and friendly for young people, and in particularly young mothers? There are some on this call, and who have been there before, who went on maternity leave and cannot come into the chamber. They're not given the right to have maternity leave. And working through this forum allows them to continue to represent constituents, attend meetings, and still look after baby at home. I don't believe that, I believe that by retaining this process, it allows us to have that flexibility. Some meetings can be held hybrid, some meetings can be held in person. And yes, everybody likes to get back to the chamber and have the camaraderie. But to be honest, sometimes whenever you're in the chamber, you don't see much camaraderie. It's mudslinging. And maybe whenever everybody is back in the chamber, everybody will be a bit better behaved.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to bring you Councillor Loveray and then Alderman Spears.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to try and stay on the best behaviour here. Well, I was going to come in and the second that, the amendment there from Councillor Pope. And as Councillor Hanlon said, it's not about forcing people to stay at home. It's about trying to facilitate hybrid meetings potentially and to maximise flexibility and improve transparency and everything and all the rest that Councillor Pope mentioned. But I do want to highlight one issue, and as Councillor brought it up, it's about the rates. And it's projected, as members in the estimates meeting last week will have seen, if we continue with hybrid and remote meeting, that's going to save approximately £50,000 per year. Members, that's ratepayers' money staying in ratepayers' pockets rather than going to the pockets of elected members through generous mileage expenses, or indeed the elected members' bellies going to free dinners. I remember the days before hybrid meetings when you could have been getting 2 or 3 dinners a week for free. With all the committees and working groups, and it was wild. It shouldn't have been happening, and I think the savings that we'll certainly bank from going from this hybrid meetings will be welcomed by the ratepayer. So I disagree with Councillor Cosby's words and his DUP party colleagues that don't seem to mind too much spending money when it's being spent on themselves. I think we should bank these savings and continue with the option of hybrid meetings. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Alderman Spears.
Lord Mayor, this is an issue that by and large has arisen primarily because of the pandemic. And we know that it is actually still with us. While restrictions are being limited and reduced to some extent, I don't believe for a moment that we're through this entirely as yet. By and large, I honestly believe that council is intended to be really within the chamber in a normal society, in a normal way. And I think that there was no one ever thought that we would automatically move to from physical presence to every meeting under Zoom. But we have been operating it, and truthfully, it has operated, in my opinion, quite well. And I have no particular problem with it, but I don't think in the longer term that it is for real. I think that we will be back in the chamber, possibly committees back in the chamber, but our standing orders, I suspect, are going to have some reflection of where we are if we intend to continue, because as
Thank you very much, Alderman Spears. And finally, Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Sharon, the Director, for the paper which she has brought tonight. Obviously, when it came to the Governance Committee, it was for officer and legal response, but I and other councillors felt that the councillors themselves needed to have an input. And as one who started that debate, like many others, I think it has been useful because, as we're all aware and as we've said, we all have varying views into it. But when you listen to most of the speakers tonight, there is that desire at some stage to return back to the chamber. I think that, obviously that particular night, it provided us an opportunity to put obviously our views in the way we should be. And as I did say, that obviously everybody has their own particular views, but I still was of that opinion that the full council and the main statutory committees should be looking in the near future at getting back to that full position. As Alderman Spears has said and others have said, the remote meetings have served a very important purpose because it kept democracy going during what was a very dangerous and very sad pandemic, when people sadly lost their lives and many who are still ill as a result of it. And it was something of most importance and something new to us. But as others have said, I don't think it's something that we can totally put away in the future. But I do believe that we've needed to have this debate. And I'm glad within the report, and that is why I'm happy with it on those two fronts. One, you have reflected, Sharon, the views of as most of us as possible. But you've also stated here that because the regulations are under review and are in place until the 24th of March, that you will be bringing further reports back to us as members, looking at the various scenarios. And I think that's where sort of we wanted to get to from the committee and tonight, that we'll take a look now. We start planning to take a look for the different scenarios based upon the health situation at the time. And as Alderman Spears has said, and as I listened to the news tonight on the way in, And as we are out in the community, we hear of people still testing positive to this virus. And obviously we do everything with safety. We'll come into this building tonight with the hand sanitizer there. We've got our masks on until we take our chair. We have over 30 screens here at the cost of the ratepayers, to which this council requested and put in place, which was ratepayers' money, to make this chamber as safe as possible. And it would be nice that more members then now would start attending. And I'm not saying that in an aggressive way. Obviously, that particular night, I did mention babysitting. And when you're sitting in the chamber, you don't see who's on. But of course, who was on? Only Councillor O'Hanlon holding his baby, unknowns to me. And we had a party leaders meeting on Wednesday night. And I apologise to him because I was in no way directing that towards him or any other member. He has young children and I have young children, and many councillors around this chamber have as well. And we know what it's like being busy councillors, working and trying to keep a home life working as well. And it ended up now, I'm at that stage where I'm a taxi driver, taking them here, there and everywhere. Alderman Spears is now a grandfather, so he's moved up a gear. So we're all in our different modes. But to him, I apologise that night, because I wouldn't stoop to that level, and I didn't mean it in that terminology at all. But I do believe we need to get to that stage. And I know the Alliance Party have mentioned about the costs to the ratepayer, but I would go back to the time when we spent over $500,000 in this place and on Banbridge to make the chambers suit 41 councillors and the officers. And if they want to squander that money by an empty chamber, well, then that's up to them to be responsible and answerable to the ratepayer. But we have a state-of-the-art chamber here in the Civic Centre, and we have a state-of-the-art chamber in Banbridge for the planning meetings. And I believe as things are progressing and things are getting more positive within the future, with this virus hopefully moving, thankfully, out of the way, well, then I believe we should be moving to that capacity on the basis that we don't rule remote meetings out completely for various meetings. And as I said previously, and closing very quickly, Lord Mayor, there have been meetings in the past with the DEA councillors for bring 3 or 4 or 5 of us together, and it saved me and Alderman Spears and Alderman Wilson and Councillor Alderman Kennedy jumping into a car and travelling to Armagh or wherever it would be. We could sit wherever we were and have that meeting for maybe for half an hour, and it was over. And it does have its place, and I think we need to have that debate. It does have its place in the future going ahead, and I think it's very important. But I think for full council and our statutory meetings, I'm looking forward to the future reports coming through from Sharon in how we're going to move forward, getting back to some sort of normality. Before this meeting tonight, I had resolved a matter with a fellow councillor, and if I was sitting at home doing that, it probably wouldn't have happened tonight, and it saved it being brought onto the floor of the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barry. I'm going to bring it back in, Councillor Cosby, if you can keep it short and sweet, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a quick query. Councillor Lavery raised a figure of £50,000 a year of a saving. Can somebody give me a bit of information as to where that figure has come from?
Yep, it was in the estimates presentation last Monday, Councillor Cosby. I'd encourage you to read the papers.
Yes, the one marked confidential, that one. Is that what this is? So when he said he's going to be on his best behaviour, what he really means he's going to casually throw out confidential figures contained within reports and presentations of this council. Is that what we're at now, members? I mean, we're supposed to be sensible here. And clearly, we can just now come to a council meeting, the political point score, and again, run party election broadcasts and just casually throw out confidential figures that are contained within confidential reports for this council. Now, am I content that the ratepayers know what we spend our money on? I absolutely am. And we welcome every opportunity for that to happen. But the fact is that report was marked as confidential and should not have been given out in this chamber in that way. Again, it's reckless and irresponsible on behalf of Councillor Lavery, and we know he has form for it on the planning committee, and we know he has form for it here in this chamber, and of course we know there's another example of it this evening. It's absolutely disgraceful.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. From my own perspective, having a 3-year-old, 16-year-old and a 14-year-old at home, 14-year-old had COVID there a couple of weeks ago. He wasn't terribly unwell. He wasn't well. He had sore back, sore throat, sore heads, and all, and very high temperature. I had a 3-year-old. He was self-isolating, and I had a 3-year-old who I couldn't take to school, and I couldn't take to the babysitter. So in that context, this where the Zoom came in handy, because then I could still be able to manage to get on to planning. So we also need to be cognitive of people's personal circumstances whenever it comes to them, and as well as I want to see this council chamber full before the end of my tenure. So as long as we have it mindful of other people's personal perspectives, as well as those who may be self-isolating as well. So we do have a proposer by Councillor Pope and second by Councillor Holland to the recommendations. Are we all agreed? Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, look, we probably will let this go because I know where the vote's going to go on it. But I'm not comfortable, with the response in that we are saying that it worked well. And Councillor Cosley pointed out tonight, it does not work well. It takes 17 minutes to do 2 votes. I am in agreement with what most people have said here tonight. Alderman Spears said Zoom has a place. Zoom had a place over the pandemic. We couldn't have survived or couldn't have conducted council business without Zoom. And going forward, working groups, party group leaders meetings, other committees and whatever, and outside bodies, yeah, Zoom, absolutely. But to say that it works well when there's 41 members and maybe 15 officers in a meeting and we're trying to conduct business and votes, and they're taking 10 and 15 minutes to do that, I just don't feel comfortable saying that it works well, because that's not true. But listen, I don't think we'll force it to a vote. I've made my comments known, the parties made their comments known, and I'm happy just to let it go through. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. It works well to an extent, probably would be the so we are agreed to a certain extent. So we'll move on to 5.2, item for information, which is UK City of Culture 2025 bid. So I'm going to bring in Olga to present this report.
Lord Mayor, if you're in agreement, Brian is on the call and he has he'll be able to talk through the report.
Yes, no problem. Go ahead, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. So this is just a brief update for information in the UK City of Culture 2025 submission. The final bid is due for submission on the 2nd of February, which is obviously just next week. So we're working hard to get the submission developed and ready for submission. Members will be aware a number of updates have been brought through Economic Development Regeneration Committee and another report through Governance Committee. And I would just like to thank you all for your support. It's been really heartening, and I think there's been a lot of support behind it. And again, your efforts to get us a bit more coverage with colleagues in Stormont as well. So after the 2nd of February, the bid team will continue to work up the project with a view to being more ready if we're shortlisted in March for the next stage of the bid. I would just say, in terms of engagement, there's been a really building constituency of support for the bid from all quarters, from community, from cultural sector, from business, and that's been really positive as well. And there will be a further update at the party briefings at the end of this month, which I think is the end of this week and into next week, and gives an opportunity for more discussion. So that's the request before members is that members note the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, and wish you well on the application, and thank you to your team for all the hard work that they've done behind the scenes. And I suppose members won't really realise the amount of hard work that's gone on, the amount of meetings, the amount of lobbying that's been going on. So we are excited for fingers crossed at the next stage. So move on to agenda item 6, schedule of correspondence. We have 6.1, 6.2, 2 items for noting. Yeah. Move on to agenda item 7. Sorry, Councillor Pope, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. It was just a quick comment on 6.2 on the A1 junctions, just to register, concern again, and the length of time that it's taken DFI to bring the phase 2 junctions project to site and go through the economic approval stage. I understand that there was another collision or accident close to the Castlewellan Road at the weekend, and we obviously wish swift recovery to those involved, but I think it's just highlighting how dangerous that road is, and I want to register and put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, just have my comment on these improvements to that portion of the A1. Some of these junctions in this report, I'm probably on them on a daily basis, and it's hair raising sometimes trying to get across that gauge. I know this has been dragging on, but it is something that really we need to be pushing for the safety of all commuters, not just people who are obviously coming out of Banbridge, but right across the community get using that A1. It's a death trap, and I think this really needs to be concluded as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm going to bring in Councillor Macaulay.
Yes, thanks, Lord Mayor. Just really to reiterate what Councillor Wilson and Councillor Pope has already said about the A1 improvements. It's very much welcome, but I was really only going to come in there on point 6.1, really, with correspondence from Newry Morning Down and the Down High School Eco Group, just to welcome it and to say that, yeah, it's very much welcome and a great initiative from the school there. I know our colleagues over at Newry Morning Down, I think, give it a unanimous endorsement for that, but just to welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Move on to agenda item 7, schedule of documents requiring corporate seal. 7.1 to 7.3, can I take a proposer and second that we take all 3 on block? Proposed by Councillor Baxter. Second by Councillor Greenfield. Thank you very much, members. Okay, move on to agenda item 8. Got a notice of motion, and the notice of motion is in relation to the lighting up of or lighting at Lurgan Park. So I'm going to bring in the proposer, which is Councillor Lavery. Councillor Lavery, over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As members will know, Lurgan Park is Northern Ireland's largest urban park and a huge asset to the town. However, it is forced to close early during winter months, which reduces the amount of time members of the public can enjoy the natural open space. This motion is about securing a lighting scheme for the park to ensure the park can open for longer and darker evenings. Runners, cyclists, dog walkers, and so many others stand to benefit from the longer opening hours. Since the lighting of Lurgan Park was first mooted half a decade ago, many elected representatives, including myself, have been asking for updates as to its progress. However, it seems that the project has lost a lot of its momentum. In order to move this project forward, and so that Lurgan Park isn't kept in the dark for another half a decade, I have brought this motion to Council tonight to provide a pathway on which progress can be made. As set out in my motion, there are a number of practical steps Council can take to move the project forward. They are, firstly, consult with residents and park users about what paths to light up at night. Secondly, produce a business case with updated costings when we know what paths we need to light, including any internal changes for staff rotas that are needed for the extended lighting periods. Once that's done, we'll move on to step 3, which be to submit a full planning application for the project. When these steps, which would only require a small financial commitment, are completed, it will mean that within 12 to 18 months, the Lurgan Park lighting project will be shelf ready. This will mean that we'll allow councils to bid for match funding from DFI for 50% plus of the overall project costs. Once these funds are secured, then council can appoint a contractor and bring the project to completion. Members, on behalf of all the residents of Lurgan and the surrounding area, I am asking for your support tonight for this motion so that the lighting of Lurgan Park can move from being a wish to becoming a reality. It's time to light up Lurgan Park. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. I'm going to bring in Councillor Tennyson to second the proposal.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I think Councillor Lavery has summed it up quite well. I think the pandemic, if it's shown us anything, is the importance of open, safe, accessible outdoor space. And this motion would improve access by allowing the park to open later, but it would also improve public safety in terms of our parks as well. The current closing times during winter months at Lurgan and many of other of our parks don't suit people's normal working hours in terms of allowing them to get out to exercise after work. The project has been talked about, as Councillor Lavery alluded to, for a long number of years, but it currently sits on our emerging or maybe list, I suppose, in terms of projects that could be progressed. So this is really about taking practical steps now to move this forward and really get the momentum going and to prioritise it going forward. So yeah, I think that sums it up, Lord Mayor, and I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tennyson. I'm going to bring in Councillor Tolman, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, just from the outset, I will be amending the motion as outlined by Councillor Lavery. I will send the amendment comments by email to all members here within the next few minutes. And so, as you all aware, folks, I raised this issue at full council meeting in December. I raised this project on why it wasn't included within council's bid for funding for the Blue Green Fund back in August 2021. And I must state the obvious first. December's full council meeting was on the 20th of December, and the date of this motion was submitted on the 13th of January. And to simply put it, Councillor Lavery and his party is bringing forward this motion is just pure electioneering, and they're trying to take claim when all the hard yards have already been put in before them, notably from Councillor Liam Mackle and former Councillors Joe Nelson and Philip Moutre, and I'm sure there are others. So this motion dismisses the work which has already been done to date, firstly in getting this project on the capital plan, and also its inclusion on the failed Piece 4 bid. I've been an advocate for this project since 2017 as well. When St Peter's Athletic Club contacted our party, and I know they contacted other parties at the same time for the issue that they were facing. During most of the year, St Peter's Athletic Club had accessed the facilities in Lurgan Park to train. But when the dark nights came in, they were displaced elsewhere, running on the dangerous footpaths in College Walk and on the Lock Road in Lurgan. And only lately, this project is now receiving the recognition it finally deserves. Having raised this project in December's full council meeting and in discussions with council officers ever since, it became clear of the lack of a clear strategy for Lurgan Park. Along with the 300% plus increase we have seen in our parks during the pandemic, the lighting of Lurgan Park will undoubtedly attract more park users. It will allow Lurgan Park to stay open for longer, but with that, there is other issues that needs to be addressed also. Park users must have access to toilet facilities. Councillor Hawking has already outlined those earlier in this meeting. Car parking issues for residents in Castle Lane, Robert Street, disability parking, EV charging points, antisocial behaviour, the Wave site where we have invested £200,000 to have it demolished, to have it ready for potential investors, on how we can protect, preserve wildlife and the environment, on how we can actually accommodate more sports. And lastly, in my own opinion, Lurgan Park can be a catalyst to revitalise the town centre and attract new visitors in the town and attract large events. We must look at the bigger picture, and in terms of good governance, we must protect our investment to ensure we get the return, to return the biggest buck for ratepayers' money. Earlier this year, Councillor Lavery firstly began to say that he would like to see a community hub at the Wave site, and now he's calling for the lighting of Lurgan Park. It doesn't make sense to have two standalone projects basically on the same site with no strategy. And on that note, I hope the Alliance Party can accept my amendment. I have sent the amendment to all members, and I will read out the amended motion in full. Armagh City, Banbridge and Craigavon Borough Council recognises the importance of providing safe, accessible open space for residents throughout the year. Therefore, this council commits to develop a visitor-focused Lurgan Park master plan, including an economic appraisal to inform the council's decision-making regarding the holistic development of Lurgan Park for both tourists and the local community. A master plan will set out the recommended future layout of Lurgan Park. It builds on what has been agreed to date by council members. It will include detail of the Waves Piece 4 bid and is designed to allow all elements to be developed at once or individually depending on available funding. And through this council, this work will be conducted within the relevant committee and a report will be brought to committee on what has been completed to date. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tolman. I'm going to go to Councillor Lavery. Do you accept that amendment? I trust
Thank you. I'm just, it's quite a complicated one, Lord Mayor. I know there's a number of other speakers. Maybe you want to allow them to speak first while I consider the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring in a couple of speakers, and then if hopefully we don't have any more proposals, we'll maybe go into adjournment for a couple of minutes. Councillor Maggle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to agree with a lot of what Councillor Tolman has said. Myself and Councillor Moutry at the time, and then Alderman Moutry brought a proposal through in Council in 2017. We discussed it again in 2018. It made its way to the capital plan. Unfortunately, it didn't make its way to the top list on the capital plan, but it's still there. It's still council policy. Council intends to proceed with this proposal. So when I first seen this notice of motion, I was quite surprised. I thought either Alliance haven't done their research, don't know that this is already council policy, or else, which is more likely, they did see the proposal, they didn't know it's council policy, but it's an election year. One needs some publicity around the Lurgan area, so they've decided to latch on to Lurgan Park and run with it as a big issue for one's election campaign. And it's baseless. If we were all to now go away and look at those capital lists and go down the list and take out our pet projects, and every councillor was to bring their 41 motions that were allowed each year on their pet projects out of that list, the council would be in chaos. Officers would have time to do very little else. So it really points to really, really poor electioneering from the Alliance Party. There's a lot of work that's already been carried out in relation to this in respect to the Waves bid and the preparations and the costings around the lighting for the capital project. So I'm happy to second Councillor Tolman's amendment and get that report to committee about the work that's already been done and put a bit more of a framework around how we move it forward. So happy to second Councillor Tolman's amendment on this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Michael. I'm going to bring in Alderman Moutry, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As has been alluded to, Councillor Michael, my son before myself and others have supported the opening of Lurgan Park at night. We were all lobbied a few years ago in relation to it, and in principle, I think it's a great idea. But we have got to look further than just the opening of the park. We have got to look at the consequences of the opening of the park. At the minute, we have had some low-level vandalism in the park, and that's going on at night. We know that young people are accessing the park at night on a fairly regular basis. And if we're going to open it up, we need to be sure that we can secure the parts that aren't going to be open to the public. Also, there's a question around wildlife. And whenever the Young Turks of the Alliance Party were so quick to go to social media last week to highlight the fact that what they were doing, if you look at the feedback they got, there was quite a lot of negative comments because people were concerned about the wildlife that nests in and around the park and how they would be impacted as well. So I think in principle, yes, it's a great idea. I would love to see it. I would love to see people availing of it. So it would, but we got to think the thing through. And as Councillor Toman put it so well whenever he proposed the amendment, we need to look at the bigger picture in relation to the Wave site at Robert Street and what else goes on and has the potential to go on in the park, because it is the shining light of our town. And I do believe, and I know everyone believes, there's a lot more can go on to it. So, you know, yeah, it's a bit of cynical electioneering again, a quick hit by the Alliance Party, but we need to do the thing and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Councillor McKinstry, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for letting me in on this. Yes, I concur with an awful lot of what has been said tonight. I'm a big user of Lurgan Park. I'm around it really frequently, and it's great to see, you know, in the spring and summer and early autumn evenings, there's a number of groups using the park facilities for running club, for football and for football training, and for tennis and bowls. And the park, you know, the use diminishes then whenever it comes into the winter time because of the light. However, it has been pointed out in the park in the past by Alliance, you know, concerns regarding light pollution. And I know people whose houses back onto the park, and you know, like has been said before, there are so many concerns that I would have with a lighting up of the park. And you know, we enjoy great wildlife diversity in the park too, and how would that be affected? How would our wildlife in the park be affected by the introduction of these lights? So yes, you know, I do appreciate why this motion has been brought forward, but I also, you know, think we should go carefully on it, because yes, it's great to have this wonderful wish list that we could light up the park and have it as this year-round facility for us all to use. But I think we have to be careful what we wish for sometimes too, and really look into all the details behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKinstry. I'm going to bring in Councillor Kyle Savage, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would have to agree with a lot of what people say there. You know, Councillor Lavery again is just electioneering, as everybody has said, because at the last Governance Committee, he, along with everybody else, proposed the recommendations going back, the consultation going back to DAERA. And we note the proposals to further address light pollution issues. We'd like to highlight the potential for strengthening the wording within the draft strategy in relation to light pollution. Now, Councillor Lavery proposed or agreed with that amendment. So we can't have it every way. You're big on the environment, you let on you're big on the environment, but you don't follow through. It's not simply a case of putting the lights up. This is a bigger scale. We have an issue there with the old Wave site, and that needs to be tackled first and foremost, but it needs to be an overarching view within the Lurgan Park. We are lucky to have such a beautiful park. I use it regularly myself, but I don't want to see us doing something knee-jerk, political opportunism, just to destroy something that we have, that we hold so dear. It is a jewel in the crown within Lurgan, and we need to do that. But perhaps you need to read what you proposed or what you agreed to in the Governance Committee, which was passed tonight by full council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Going to bring in Councillor Pope.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It was just to point out, I just think it's a little rich from Councillor Toman to raise the December meetings, because I brought through transformation of the Scarborough Rail Station through committee, and then it was ratified through council, wanting that, you know, on the strategic transport. And now in this Twitter feed, there's this month there's a Let's Get Real for Banbridge, so a direct copy of that. So I just thought there's a wee bit of maybe double standards in that. Thank you.
I'm not sure on the relevance, but Councillor Tennyson, you go ahead.
Yeah, look, thank you, Lord Mayor, and I have to say I'm a wee bit demoralised by the way in which the debate has unfolded tonight. I mean, it is quite a substantive amendment that we were not notified of prior, and I think it would have been good to have a dialogue if there were any issues with the notice of motion beforehand, that we could find a form of words that we could agree on and work together on to try and progress the project. That would have been no problem, and I would have been happy to engage. Members were notified, I believe, this time last week of what the subject matter of the motion would be. I think it seems very much as though the opposition is not so much to the substance of the motion, but to the people who are proposing and seconding the motion. Indeed, I've been referenced a number of times tonight. This project is something that Councillor Lavery, since he's been elected, has been very passionate about and answered questions about. I agreed to second it as his party colleague. It's nothing to do with me or my election campaign. I can assure you I'm a lot busier than to be writing, motions and being that cynical about it. I think it's disappointing that, we come here tonight with a proposal that is intended to progress a project that has been stalled for half a decade now, and people have seen no tangible benefits or tangible outcomes. So it's a proposal to improve a local amenity, to improve people's quality of life. And instead, we've got sucked down a rabbit hole into this really partisan, depressing debate because there's an election coming. I mean, and based on some of the comments tonight, I think a lot of the parties seem to be very fearful of alliance in the next election. So I'm going to take that as a compliment that we have been, subject to so much vitriol here tonight for making a very simple, straightforward proposal. In terms of the environmental issue, it is something that I considered when we were drafting the motion, and we've included an awful lot there about consultation and so on, and options for the lighting scheme and engagement with local residents, because that is absolutely important. And there is potential for an adverse impact. However, there are ways to mitigate that. And there are many companies, many consultants out there who can advise you on environmentally friendly lighting schemes, which are low level and which focus on pedestrian pathways so as not to disrupt wildlife. So there are ways of doing this. If the will is there, if the political will is there to progress this project tonight, which I think prior to tonight, we were all pretty much agreed that we want to see this progressed as a matter of priority. And Councillor Mackle alluded to the fact that this went through a scoring exercise in the estimates process last year, and it wasn't selected to move forward, Councillor Mackle, which is why we've brought this motion tonight, because we feel very strongly that this project and projects relating to our open space and other projects in relation to greenways and so on should be prioritised and progressed. And if that means that we have to take a notice of motion to council in order to force other parties' hands to actually get things moving, then that's what we will do. I think it's a hollow boast to say that this was agreed, 5 years ago, whenever people who use Lurgan Park have not seen a single light go up. And I think people are tired of this slow motion kind of bureaucratic approach. People want to see results and people want to see progress and they want to see delivery on the things that they were promised. And that's what Alliance is here trying to do tonight. And it's unfortunate that it's descended to where it's gotten to. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to bring in Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just probably echoing some of our recent contributors, I find it strange where you make a point on the issue of hybrid meetings with saving the council money on the environment, yet withal you propose to increase our carbon footprint even more by lighting up Lurgan Park. Maybe a fair enough idea for the local residents and maybe they support that, but I think it's quite strange. You either want to reduce carbon footprint or you don't. I don't see any halfway house here where you just stick a big carbon boot in the middle of Lurgan Park and that's okay. And I think really in recent events too, I think my colleague Councillor Moutray alluded to it, is safety in the park. We've seen more recent events in the south with the safety of people, especially young women in these areas that need something. Just because there's a light up doesn't mean it's safe. But I think it's quite ironic where you campaign or you try to promote the environment on one hand and then want to increase your carbon footprint on the other. You either have it one way or the other way. You can't have it for both ways, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's a good idea or a bad idea for residents of Lurgan. It maybe is, but I think it's quite strange where you have double standards in one meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Alderman Wilson, you looking in?
No, I'd put my hand out. It was just to bring a wee bit of humour. I think the Alliance Party were accused there of it. I think it was an election campaign, but perhaps it's an electron campaign. I'll maybe leave it there.
Love the pun. Okay, Councillor Lavery, are you content to take the amendment?
Well, before I discuss that, I think I feel entitled to come back because there's been a number of incredibly bitter personal attacks made against myself, and it's been extremely disappointing.
2 seconds, Councillor Lavery.
Oh, go ahead.
Point of order has been called. Go ahead, Councillor Cosby.
All right, Lord Mayor, of course, Councillor Lavery is entitled to speak on the motion, which he has done. He's also entitled to speak on the amendment. And the point of order would raise is 21.13. Member who speaks shall direct his or her speech strictly to the motion under discussion or an amendment thereof. And member who has spoken on any motion shall not speak again whilst it is the subject of debate, except to speak once on an amendment moved by another member. So if Councillor Lavery is intent on speaking, he should speak to the amendment and not again to go off on another political election broadcast in this chamber for about the 10th time this evening, because I think the public listening and the members in the chamber and at home are fed up with him. Thank you.
Am I allowed to speak now, Lord Mayor?
Councillor Cosby. Yes, Councillor Lavery, yes. Can you speak on the amendment as outlined in the policies? Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Lord Mayor, and I certainly won't be silenced by any other elected members. In terms of the motion under discussion, I know when the motion was raised, a number of points were made against myself, and I can say fully and honestly, I intended to bring this motion in the autumn of last year. And in fact, I was preparing to do so when a number of paramilitary facades were erected in Lurgan, which then made I decided to take the decision to bring a motion on that instead. And unfortunately, as I can only bring one a year, I had to wait. And in discussion with my party colleagues last autumn, I agreed that I would bring it in January of this year, which I have done. So I was always going to bring it to this meeting in spite of what others have been saying. In terms of the motion itself, I think it actually kicks this project further into the long grass. I raised the point previously that it had been first discussed 5 years ago and very little to no progress had been made. I set out in my motion, which Councillor Toman is seeking to amend, I set out a number of structural steps that we could progress this project to get it in a state where it'd be ready to go in 12 to 18 months and hopefully finished in about 2 years to 2.5 years and have the lighting being installed. As has been mentioned, as part of my motion, there would be community consultations with residents and service users in relation to the lighting, environmental impact, and how we could do that better and to limited impact on bats and so on. And members, it's not mutually exclusive in terms of you have to be environmentally friendly, but also you can't do anything. We can do these by lighting up the park. You also reduce amount of trips people have to take to go to other further away locations. The likes of People's Park in Portadown, which already has lights installed. So if it's good enough for Portadown, why is it not good enough for Lurgan? But just to come back in terms of the summary of the motion or of the amendment that's been placed, I've been inclined not to accept the amendment because I think it does have this considerable potential to kick this project into the long grass. And it's already been there for 5 years. I'd rather get it out of the long grass and get it actually erected in the park. So unfortunately, I'm going to decline the amendment to the motion here tonight. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Councillor Baxter and then we're going to go straight into a vote. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I think, I had no intention of speaking on this motion. Tonight, others have spoke very eloquently before me and made some very valid points. And this point has been alluded to, but I think for clarity, for anybody listening to this, we had an infamous capital list that we all know about. And for some years, this capital list kept growing. And it was councillors' wish list and officer wish lists and all those things. And it came into a big format. And it was millions and millions of pounds. There was a lot of work done in workshops, committee meetings over the space of, and the chief executive and over the space of a couple of years, to try and summarise it, to get a list of projects that the council would move forward on. And we could put a line on the capital list. Capital list still stays there. Resources are finite. Desires are infinite, and it doesn't match up. Now, when we got this list, we eventually come to an agreement with all parties, and everybody unanimously in this chamber agreed that these are the projects that we would progress and the ones that we could afford. The Lurgan Park lighting sat just below that cutoff. The Alliance Party voted, as we all did, and we all knew we were voting for because we all had the list for months and months. So they knew exactly that wasn't making the grade at that time. It's still on the list, as Councillor Mackle said and Councillor Barry said before me. So to bring this tonight, look, it's been said before, it's on the list, but that's a point for clarity. I think it's a very, very important point. It's on the list. It's already been agreed. So to bring this tonight, I think it's got different motives. And it's, it's been said before, so I'm not going to rehash that point. But it was agreed by everybody at that time. And the capital list, every time I think of that capital list, it's grown, and as does the Chief Executive, I'm sure. But those projects that were being progressed on it are being progressed, and this is still on the list, and that's for future discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. I'm going to move to a vote. I'm going to call upon Alderman Anderson. Yes, no, abstaining. The question is now put. Do you agree with the amendment by Councillor Toman? Councillor
Yes,
Anderson,
Lord Mayor.
Alderman Anderson, sorry.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Baxter.
Sorry, Chair, I'm just putting on the 40 seconds it takes for my picture to come up on the screen so that all members at home can see. Yes, I'm voting in favour of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Barry, give me 2 seconds. Go ahead, Councillor Barry.
No, I'm not him. I haven't turned into Councillor Holland. Yes.
Alderman Burns.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cosby.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Flaherty.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hockey.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hoggian. Councillor Hoggian. Councillor Keating.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Okay.
Alderman Kennedy.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Larkham.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lavery.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Macaulay.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Michael.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Michael Linton.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McClelland.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McGowan.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McElrath.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McKinstry.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNally.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor McNeil.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Mitri.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nelson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Good to see you back. Councillor O'Hanlon.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pope.
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Rankin.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kevin Savage.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kyle Savage.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Spears.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tomlinson.
No, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tomlinson or Tinsley.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Toman.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Twyble.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Wilson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Happy Lord Mayor.
Yes.
And Lord Mayor, yes. You give me 2 seconds to count these up, members. Sorry, back to Councillor Hagen. Councillor Hagen, you there? No, okay, so voting is closed. Give us 2 seconds to count them up, members. Okay, members, so yes for the amendment, 37, no for the amendment, 3. So the amendment now becomes substantive. Okay, Councillor Lovery, I'm going to give you an opportunity now to wind on the motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, certainly it's been a bit of a disappointing debate in terms of the content of the debate, but certainly it'll not distract me from my commitment to ensuring that Lurgan Park is eventually lit up so that all the residents within Lurgan and the surrounding area are able to go to it in those darker winter evenings and make use of the additional health and recreation activities that will come from it. That's all I can say, Lord Mayor. I'm a bit just worried that maybe this project or the amendment kicks it into the long grass a bit and maybe we'll delay it further. But certainly we're committed to delivering it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovery. Are we all agreed with the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed, okay. Thank you, members. Move on to confidential business. Can I seek a proposer and seconder to go into committee for consideration of confidential items of business? Members and listeners to the audio feed, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into confidential session of the Council. This means that we'll be turning off the public audio feed in the meeting, and we'll return when the meeting is restarted. So I get a proposer and seconder, please. Councillor Baxter proposed. Councillor McLinden seconded. Thank you very much. Can I ask ACT officers to please turn off the audio feed? Thank you very much, members. Can I ask the ACD officers to turn on the public feed again, confirm whenever we're ready to rock and roll. Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 11. Any other relevant business? I'm going to bring in Councillor Pope regarding the concern of removal of mature trees in the borough.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and I will be brief. Yeah, I was really concerned on the removal of mature trees in the borough. Example being the recent removal of over 100 trees in the new road area of Banbridge, a much valued walk by DFI. I mean, obviously it could take up to 30 years to overcome that. It was just a request that council officers engage with DFI staff with regard to their tree maintenance policy in the area and control of their contractors, given the significant tree loss at this location and possibly elsewhere too. So I propose a request that council officers bring back a report to committee on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pope. Yeah, I'm very well aware of it. I know that DFA actually went to the landowner and apologised for non-consultation with him. I'm going to bring in Councillor Tinsley, then Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And I wasn't aware that Councillor Pope was bringing this matter up tonight under any other business, but I just happened to be driving home this evening past where Armagh are now doing an extension, and I would say there's an excess of at least 40 to 50 mature trees that's just been cut down. And I was actually going to contact our planning department in the morning to see whether or not that was part of their planning application, and if so, were they going to replace that? So it was very concerning driving up the main Carn Road, or the Seago Road. It wasn't even the Carn Road, it was the Seago Road this evening, and just to see so many trees being taken down. So just if Damien is listening in tonight, if he could possibly give me a call back about that in the morning, I'd really appreciate that. And if Councillor Pope's proposal needs seconded, I'm content to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tinsley. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. No, it was just in case Councillor Pope's needed a second for, like yourself. I think we've all been contacting and shocked about the amount of these trees that were just taken down so quickly with no notification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Greenfield. So proposed and seconded, proposed by Councillor Pope and seconded by Councillor Tinsley, that we engage with DFA contractors regarding taking down of trees. We all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Councillor McNally regarding the flying of the Union flag at the Palace in Armagh on Prince Andrew's birthday. Councillor McNally.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And yes, as you alluded to, I wish to raise the flying of the Union flag at the Palace on the 19th of February, which we traditionally do for Prince Andrew's birthday. Lord Mayor, as you're aware, Prince Andrew currently faces some very serious allegations and has recently been stripped of some of his titles by the Queen. Lord Mayor, given the current situation, I don't feel it would be appropriate to fly the flag on the 19th of next month. To do so would send out a very poor message to the public, and indeed would be a slap in the face to any victims of crimes similar to those that are directed towards the Prince. So, Lord Mayor, I wish to propose that this council doesn't fly the flag for Prince Andrew until such times as these allegations are investigated and the truth is in the public domain. Many thanks for taking my item for LB, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. I'm going to bring in Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And we want to get into the debate of Prince Andrew and what's happening in the current trial and all that sort of stuff. But do realise that there's a lot of sensitivities out there. We're not blinded to the fact of what's going on in terms of flying the flag for his birthday and that. I think really here in this council, it only really applies to Armagh because we have a 365 policy in both Banbridge and Craigavon using legacy policies on that. So my suggestion would be just in line to what I think Belfast are maybe agreeing tonight, that we maybe don't fly the flag on the 19th of February, but to keep up the amount of designated days that the policy follows, that we would fly it then on the 1st of July to commemorate the Battle of the Somme. For this year anyway, to see how things go then in terms of trials and all that sort of stuff, and whatever the recommendations are from the department at Westminster as well, because there probably will be a review. But I think for this year, I think we fled on the 1st of July just to keep up the designated days that the council's allowed. That'll keep the numbers the same at least, but I think with the sensitivities around everything that's going on currently, I think that's a prudent move, not to flat on Prince Andrew's birthday. Thank you.
Councillor McNally, do you want back in?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And look, Councillor Baxter talks a bit of sense there. And I would be happy, well, it's the 1st of July, or if there's another suitable date, if you want to talk about it in group leaders, I'd be very happy to take direction from group leaders on it. So thank you for his comments and for being in agreement with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Going to bring in Councillor Tennyson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And if it's needed, I'm happy to second Councillor Baxter's proposal. I think given the conversations that we've been having over the past number of weeks, months and years around misogyny and violence against women and girls, I think it's important that we as a council do take steps to show that we take allegations seriously, and in order to encourage other people in society and in our community to feel that they can have the confidence to come forward and that they will be listened to and they will be heard. And I think this is a sensible step that we can take while investigations are ongoing to do that. And I think the proposal of retaining that designated day on the 1st of July to mark the Somme is a really apt way to handle this sensitively as well. So I'm glad tonight that we seem to have a consensus and a sensible way forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just going to second Councillor McNally's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Halloran.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I think this is a sign of the maturity in our politics. And can I acknowledge sorry, there's some noise, but I can acknowledge the maturity of some around the table for the way this has been handled. So can I welcome this move? I think it sends the right message to those who have been and who continue to be victims of this type of violence.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Alderman Spears.
Lord Mayor, it has already happened, but I was going to second Councillor Baxter's proposal, and I must say it's something that I think is a lot of sense to, and I'm happy to support it, and our party grouping is happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members, and thank you very much for adhering to the sensitivities around this. So we have a proposal by Councillor Baxter, which was seconded by Councillor Tennyson, that we do not fly the Union flag at the Palace in Armagh on Prince Andrew's birthday. However, it is flown on the 1st of July to remember the Battle of the Somme for this year only. Is that confirmed how you?
Yeah, well, I would have maybe just not as comfortable with this year only, but you know, I think there will be probably stuff coming from the department from Westminster anyway going forward. But certainly, I would just do that on an ongoing basis for now unless things change. So.
Okay, members, are we agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. And we have dealt with Councillor Nelson's. It will be Councillor Flaherty request to highlight the shortage of donors and platelet donations. I'm going to bring in Councillor Flaherty.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I do promise we'll be brief because it is getting very late, but this is very important, a very important issue. It's been important to me personally over the years, and I know to many of you in here, but of late, I've got to know one of my constituents quite well, a lovely lady, Mandy Baxter, who lost her sister-in-law quite relatively suddenly back in November to a very, very rare and serious blood disease, aplastic anemia. It's probably more common than we think. It can happen to anyone, and you never quite know. But what happens really is the body fails to produce platelets and can't produce them, and it has to be replaced. Since that sort of the suddenness of that, and what the family had to go through to try and get a match for her rare blood type, they had to trawl the UK and all different parts of Europe. And it didn't come in time for Ruth. But the family fight on, and with the help of her son, Mandy has been quite determined. I think she's probably contacted quite a few of us. And we were very fortunate we were able to get her in touch with Robin. She gave Robin a grilling one evening on one of our ladies groups that we have within the party. And we're determined to back her. I say I've always been a blood donor. I have a very rare type of blood myself, actually. And it come in quite useful, different occasions I've had in my life. And I want to encourage everyone to do so. The issue with blood platelets is slightly different, as it's a separate donation stream. We do have a platelet donation centre, but we only have one here in Northern Ireland. We're part of UK that only have the one, and it's at Belfast City Hospital, run by the Northern Ireland Blood Transfusion. I don't think people are really aware with it, and that's all the family want to do. But at this particular juncture, the blood transfusion service is incredibly low of donors at present. I think they're over a third down, a combination of factors, and this on top of it. We're at a position where there's about 0.2% of a population. The population in Northern Ireland is 1.9 million, so 0.2% actually donate platelets. It takes a wee bit longer, slightly different process. But relatively straightforward. If you give blood, you know how easy it is, and you get a wee cup of tea when you're finished. It's lovely. All I'd like to do, if you would, members, Roger, get your pen out. I'm going to be the only one to ask you to write a letter this evening. We've written to as many people as we can, and with the backing of Miss Baxter, to try and raise awareness and raise the profile of this, because it's a lesser known service that is provided. But I really would like your support for Mandy and her family by writing to the blood donation service, just to see if we can get a wee bit more awareness raised by means of publicity, highlighting this and putting a wee bit more emphasis on how important that this is, and that we are willing to stand shoulder with some of our constituents who come to us with sort of these more unusual things, and we stand with her in her grief, and some of us know that feeling too. So Roger, if that's okay with other members, that we get behind this for Mandy and her family, I'd be very much appreciative of that. Thank you. Oh, and if you want to give blood, text blood to 681. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flanagan. Eloquently put. I'm going to bring in Councillor Macaulay.
Yes. Thanks, Lord Mayor. On a party political broadcast, we're probably doing a wee advert for the blood donation. But just, yes, as someone who donates blood myself, I would really like to support Julie in what she's saying. And obviously, just on the back of Mandy's campaign and the sort of promotion that she's trying to look for in this campaign, because obviously, after the pandemic, and we've went through 2 years, we're sitting at probably crisis point in our blood donations and the units that are coming forward. So, as I said, blood donation, Julie said blood donation and platelets are two different processes, but very simple. Just one takes a wee bit longer than the other for an individual to take out of their day. So I'm happy to support Julie's proposal on that, and I think it's very important that we get behind it as a council and raise awareness as much as possible so we can save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Macaulay. Are we all agreed with the request? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. Members, as you're well aware, tonight is our last night of our esteemed colleague, soon to be former colleague, who's leaving us to stay back in Manchester, Mr. Mark Parkinson. Close, Swansea. So, Mark, on behalf of Council, I would like to thank you for your time here. You have been fantastic advocate for this council and indeed for our constituents. I can just about see you there. No, but honestly, thank you on behalf of council and all their members here in the chamber and home. Thank you very much for your service to the ABC Council. So thank you. Thank you. I see a few speakers here. I'm going to bring in Councillor Barry and then Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'll be very brief. I would also like to reiterate your comments. I'd like to wish Mark and his family all the very best for the future. I must say, as a councillor, I was gutted when the chief executive had made contact to say that Mark was leaving us. In January, I was genuinely disappointed and gutted because I found Mark was a breath of fresh air when he came to the council here just a number of years ago, and it's just hard to believe that it was that period of time and it has flown. I know he was to be here for a shorter time, but he stayed. But couldn't help but think tonight, like, he's going to miss all this, and he's bound to change his decision after tonight's meeting. But genuinely, I found him to be a first-class officer, one who was straightforward, told you what you sometimes maybe didn't want to hear, but that's what we appreciated. And he was one who was very innovative. He was one that believed in pushing boundaries. He was one that believed that we could do better. And I believe in the term of office that Mark has served with this council, he has brought this council, with the help obviously of the chief and the officers, to a far better place. And I think we're going to be really missing Mark, and we're going to be the poor of Mark's leaving the council here. But I would just like to genuinely wish him all the very best in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. But on the bright side, you can still log in and watch us here. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just really agree with what Councillor Barry said and yourself, Lord Mayor, too. I think when somebody comes in from outside this place, Northern Ireland's a very small country, 1.8 million people, and you look at some of the cities over in England that you've worked before, Mark, when there's maybe 4 or 5 million people or whatever. It's a very small place, so for somebody to come in with a fresh pair of eyes, with none of the baggage and with none of the tainted, but none of the politics that happens maybe here. It was, as Councillor Bryce said, a breath of fresh air when you came over. Certainly very sharp. You've had a long career in local government, so you certainly know how it works and how politics works. Politics may be slightly different here, but the core of politics, and it's maybe Labour and Tories at each other's throats over there, and it's maybe just slightly different here, but human nature is the same. And you certainly brought that skill and the flair with you, and you have a great flair of diffusing situations and getting things done. And I have to say, for an officer, anytime that I phoned you, you always answered the phone, and if you didn't, you're always on the phone back about 20, 25 minutes later at the latest. And that has to be applauded for somebody who'll be getting quite a few phone calls and quite a lot to do right across. So look, we're going to miss you, wish you all the best with your family. You're only here on an interim basis anyway. You did stay a bit longer. Maybe we would like you here another short while, but I think as a council we have to move forward and have to sort of start looking at getting rid of these interim places and putting full-time people in the post. So the replacement's going to be key. I was hoping that you would stay on, but even on a hybrid, but the hybrids don't really work that well here in council. So I don't know if you know that or not. So obviously you won't be able to do that because it'll take you 40 seconds to get on screen. And if you ever have to vote, it'll be about 17 minutes. But no, we wish you all the best. And I'm sure maybe our paths will cross again. Who knows?
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Alderman Spears.
Lord Mayor, Mark, I'm really sorry that you're going. I found any discussions that I had with you, and which were many over your period here, were certainly illuminating and very, very helpful. I not only found you a brilliant officer and brought a great skill to this council, but you were also a gentleman that was great to do business with. And we talk about politics and politics in this council. There's an old saying in the country, that some things open your eyes, but you may not necessarily see any better. So I suspect you have learned a little about politics in Northern Ireland since you came, and I'm not sure whether it has helped you or not, but certainly as an officer and working with you, and the depth of insight you had into and adopted so quickly to a scene which was, you come to strange was exceedingly grateful, and I must say it was, as I said, a pleasure to do business with you. And on behalf of my party grouping, and I've spoken to all my colleagues in relation to the degree of sadness that we share that you are departing at this particular time. We understand it's a bit of a journey, but in any event, it has been an experience to us. It has been an experience that has been worthwhile, and I believe it has opened eyes to wider horizons as we move forward as a council. And I would hope that when we get to the point of appointing a new Deputy Chief Executive, it would be a helpful part of that debate. The experience, the style, the manner in which you brought here with you. Thank you for your service, and wish you well, and wish your family well as you retire or move to another spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Spears. We're going to bring in Councillor Pope.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the Alliance Group, I would like to thank Mark for his outstanding contribution to the Council over the last few years. We have faced significant challenges, including the impact of COVID on services and revenue, resolving day-to-day issues, and of course, the working through the estimates and capital plan. And Mark's strategic thinking and professional approach has been absolutely invaluable. I remember in the first year that I was in council, when I was vice chair of the Environmental Services Committee, I was really impressed by Mark's supportive and highly informed manner. So I just want to personally thank him for that, and really just wish him all the very best with whatever's next. And thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Councillor Pope. Councillor O'Hanlon.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I suppose, Mark, this is the nearest thing you get to being at your own wake, where people pay tribute to you while you're still alive and kicking. Can I, on behalf of the SDLP group, thank you most sincerely, because I think, as others have said, your approach has been the most, your strongest attribute. And when I say that, it's because you listened to the member and you got the thing done. And as an elected member, that's all we want. But what I have to say is your grasp of detail in every part of the organisation was outstanding. And I know from, and as an elected member, we will miss you, but I know the chief executive and the senior team will also miss you, because your experience in local government, and I have to say, local government across the water has done this organisation a world of good, because I think it was Councillor Baxter said that local government here is a small place, and sometimes it takes the outsider to come in and help blitz through the red tape and the bureaucracy and the way we tend to do things in this place. So can I thank you most sincerely for your hard work, but also your friendship over the last number of years. I found you to be a man of great character, a man of great wit, and someone who worked hard and got the thing done. So thank you, and enjoy whatever else life has to throw at you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Hanlon. Councillor Michael.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and yes, thank you, Mark, for your service over the past few years. You've sort of helped to steer us through some momentous times, and the pandemic and organisational reviews and change and strategic change and reviews. I've always found you very easy to work with. I just want to wish you all the best for the future for you and your family. Hopefully you'll take some time out in Lanzarote now to assess the future. And so all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Mark's sitting here with pregnant tissues. He's near welling up for all those lovely comments. So thank you very much, members. Thank you for tonight. Those in the chamber. Those in the chamber, safe home, and see us next month. Happy New Year again. Bye bye.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. All the best.